And everything. So
Sounds wonderful.
should be good right now.
Okay.
So
Welcome, everyone, to the Buffalo Board of Education hearing regarding Persistence Preparatory Academy. My name is Luca Trucci. I'm the president of the Board of Education. I want to welcome everybody to the hearing and then turn it over to you for your presentation.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for having us this afternoon. My name is Joelle Formato. I am the founder and head of School of Persistence Prep Charter School. All right, tell me next slide.
Ms. Joelle, I just want to remind you that we're going to have a hard stop at 5, so we're going to do a hard 25 minutes and then 15, 20 minutes-ish for questions.
Beautiful. I will keep it moving. All right,
Next slide, Edna. Edna. There we go.
Beautiful. All right, so we are an incredibly mission-driven organization. You'll see our mission here, and it's a statement that really grounds us as a staff and as a community committed to providing rigorous academics, high-quality instruction, and leadership, really knowing that we have to develop our students as whole people, so that they are on the path to succeed and create positive change within their communities. We have spent a lot of time, so we opened our doors in August of 2018 and have now grown to an organization that serves 330 students in grades K through 5. And that's grown from a founding staff of 14 to a staff now of 45. If you are able to, beautiful, hit next slide whenever you are able. But I've spent a lot of time really thinking beyond our mission, why do we exist as an organization? And we exist to provide high quality education because we know that that is a fundamental civil right for our students. We were fortunate enough to move into our permanent home last October, actually a year ago today. And it is a space that really reflects our students and who they are. We take a lot of pride and accountability as adults to ensure that our students are able to see themselves reflected and know the big dreams that we have for them so that they are able then to believe in those dreams for themselves and know exactly what it is that they are working towards. Next slide, please. So we as a staff and as a community ground ourselves in 5 core beliefs. I don't know if it's skipping. I apologize.
Trying to tell them back up.
Back up one.
Amir, can you please back up one?
I think it's going every other slide somehow.
Is that the prop one or not?
That's all right. You have them in front of you. No worries.
yeah, that's the
okay.
presentation I got.
No problem.
Yeah. So.
I don't know if that's all right. We, again, our 5 core beliefs, the first being that the #1 driver of student achievement is high quality teachers in the classroom. We spend an immense amount of money and time on our staff development. We have our teachers back 2 weeks early in the summer each year, sometimes 3, to make sure that they are really grounded in their craft and their have intense collaboration as well amongst our teachers. And all of our teachers also take part in a coaching model.
Hold on. Excuse me, folks that are on the phone, can you please mute?
Thank you, Lisa.
Beautiful. So all of our teachers also have a dedicated academic coach, someone who is in their classroom almost on a daily basis, providing observation, having weekly feedback meetings, really to make sure, again, that the people who are in front of our students and what our students are receiving on a daily basis is of the utmost quality. We also work and believe that college preparation begins in kindergarten. I think now you can go to the next slide. We believe, again, that success is not defined by every single student going to college, but that each of the students who have spent their time with us on their educational journey are in the driver's seat of their own future. And so when they get to 12th grade, they are certainly prepared for college, but they also have been exposed to a wide variety of other opportunities and are able to make that choice themselves. We also believe that students thrive in a supportive, structured, and joyful environment, and that we have to have all 3 of those factors if school is truly going to be a place that students love. Especially after our students returned to us after COVID, we knew that creating a supportive and welcoming environment that also tended to the needs of our students' social emotional well-being was critical, as we also work to fill and close the academic gaps they were bringing. And finally, we believe that all learners can thrive when they are presented with proactive and targeted supports. We kind of model ourselves and say proudly that we are whole school teachers. Every staff member in our building knows every single student, knows their siblings, knows their parents, We have a co-teaching model, not teaching assistants, but a full co-taught model in all K through 3 classrooms. We added co-teachers in 3rd grade this year in response to COVID specifically, knowing that our rising 3rd graders had greater gaps than we had anticipated. We also partner with City or Buffalo. We've also created an internal teaching assistant pipeline where we also support teaching assistants to get their certification through the Relay Graduate School of Education, and are also using that as a way to help diversify our teaching staff and our staff overall. We also have a daily acceleration block. It's been our biggest response to COVID, where students are able to get in small groups of 4 to 5 students exactly the supports that they need academically so that they're able to then access grade level content. And the last core belief, apologies, is that families are vital partners. We work really hard to make sure that our school is a place where parents feel seen and known as well. That they feel comfortable coming in and being able to have conversations and know that they can pick up the phone or text someone and that they're able to see that, that they understand how they are also supporting their child's development at home. Next slide, please.
Okay, 2 up.
Yep.
Uh,
I think I've got that it's every other somehow with the PowerPoint. So just some, back one, I apologize.
Back 1.
Beautiful. So just some other unique pieces to highlight. I already spoke to our co-teaching model. We also have an extensive focus on literacy and math. We utilize a curriculum for our humanities that's called Concise Humanities that is very social justice driven and really focused on students both seeing themselves reflected in the curriculum, but also having a window into cultures that are different than their own. We have small group rotations daily. We use the responsive classroom model and have since, coming back from COVID, also implemented the Fly 5 social emotional curriculum that comes directly from the Center for Responsive Schools to help our students build in some of those additional habits that they need to be successful. We offer 3 different enrichments at the current moment, dance, physical education, and art. We also have a really unique program in partnership with 19 Ideas. They're a marketing firm on the west side who have taken our students under their wing, and they do an annual business plan competition. So they work with 3rd and 4th graders to develop a business plan, learn all those pieces. Our students get to go to the office and present that, and then they matriculate and graduate into the YES program, the Young Entrepreneurship Showcase. And last year, they were able to design T-shirts with our logo on them, sell them, and actually make money for their college funds. So thinking about, in addition, again, to those collegiate pathways, what are the other opportunities we're exposing students to on the vocational side, on the entrepreneurial side, so that they understand the different pathways that are available. And I said we also large on teacher collaboration, so our teachers have bi-weekly planning for 3 hours every other week, bi-weekly, right? So they are tagged out of class, and our students are supplemented with additional enrichment that now includes Shakespeare in the Park, Locust Street Art, Cold Gnarly Music, working with PAL, the Police Athletic League. So we have additional community members coming in to provide that enrichment. And we also have a proud Boys Leadership Academy. Being a K through 2 and growing school, we do not have as many males on staff as we would love to have as positive mentors. So we have a number of community members, some of our trustees, and other members in the community who come in and work with our young gentlemen on community service, on their leadership, and some of our students who have moved through that program and are now in 5th grade are able to serve as mentors to some of our younger kindergarten and 1st grade young men as well. Next slide, please. All right, so I think it's skip my enrollment slide, but that's all right. So we are at full capacity right now in terms of our enrollment. We serve right now on Bed State 322 students across grades K through 5. And we do maintain a wait list. We do fill any open seat as it becomes available throughout the year, knowing and really taking seriously our status as a public school. So no matter when that seat becomes available, we'll move to our wait list and continue to invite families in. In terms of our recruitment sites, largely as we're recruiting new kindergartners each year, we rely heavily on presence at CAO and Holy Cross Head Start locations, having a presence in the community at festivals and events. We'll table just about anywhere. We are attending events at community centers, having different information about our school there, being at libraries, and then we also have a family ambassador program, and I would say this has really driven our recruitment over the last few years is the word of mouth piece. We have a number of siblings who, enter our lottery each year, but our families are really proud of the school that we are building together. And they are great at taking things to church or walking up and down their neighborhood, wearing our gear proudly and helping spread the word about our school. Next slide, please. So attendance skipped. We do, obviously take our daily attendance and our average daily attendance very seriously. We're still working, with a number of persistently truant families, doing home visits, offering different interventions in place as well. Obviously, we saw a dip in attendance over the 2 years of COVID, but are back on a positive trend, especially now that we've been able to move to a location that is more in the neighborhood and more accessible to the families that we serve. In terms of our MAP data, so we, again, did not really have state test data being a younger school that served K through 2 scholars pre-COVID. But we do use the NWEA MAP assessment as a nationally normed set of data to understand how our academic program is serving students. So in the 21-22 school year, we set 2 goals for ourselves. One was that 75% of students would meet their goal on the MAP assessment. So when they take it at the beginning of the year, the system sets a goal for them of where they should be by June. And so you'll see the data here. While we did not hit our target in every single grade level, we saw immense amounts of growth. So if we go to the next slide, the second measure that we look at is the median conditional growth percentile.
I'm sorry to interrupt. It's skipping every other slide.
Yes.
So let's just correct that.
No problem.
It's skipping every other.
I believe that's all that they,
Yeah. That's okay. I think it's 2 slides to a page. I think that might be why it's.
Yeah, it's not, it's on yeah, that must be the problem.
So why don't we scroll?
so we'll have to scroll now to get to the next page.
Slide.
Yeah.
See it?
There we go.
Beautiful. Thank you.
So we will scroll as opposed to hit next page.
Beautiful. Appreciate it. Thank you. So as I said, the second piece that we looked at beyond the growth targets was the median conditional growth percentile. And the NWEA MAP says that the 50th, if you're at the median, the 50th percentile for growth, that is a year's worth of growth. And 55 is the target for students who are below grade level to show that they are making above, more than 1 year's worth of growth and actually closing gaps. So you'll see there we had much stronger results, that our students are growing at a rate of more than 1 grade level per year, and that the gaps that they have seen, especially coming out of COVID, are beginning to close. Now we can go.
So we're
Next.
going back to that attendance slide.
Oh yeah, go right ahead.
Did you,
We're good.
did you want to say something about that? Because I know it skipped.
No, I'm good. Thank you. Next slide. So we're past this one. Apologies for that. And one more. So down to math. Beautiful. So here is the same data points for the NWEA math assessment. So again, this shows the percentage of students in each grade level who hit their growth goal from September to June. And again, you'll see that second grade in both ELA and math were our outliers, which is why we made that responsive decision to add a co-teacher or co-teaching model in third grade this year to be able to continue to support the students who were most heavily impacted by COVID. Next slide, please. So again, with our the median conditional growth percentile, all but 1 grade level exceeded that target of 55, knowing now that the students are making more than 1 grade level of growth and that the gaps that we've seen, especially post-COVID, are beginning to close. Next slide. All right, so scholar retention is something we take very seriously, and we solicit feedback from our families informally all the time, but formally at least 3 times a year. So you'll see here our retention rates as measured from BEDS day to BEDS day each year, and the percentage of students who were eligible to return who did, and then the number of students each year who returned to the BPS district specifically. We have had, especially in the last few years, a number of students who have relocated to family out of state. We've seen a greater trend of that since COVID, families just becoming more consolidated. But by and large, our families who choose us have been staying with us and promote pretty strong levels of satisfaction with the program that they're receiving. Next slide. Great. I also included this, so TNTP, the New Teacher Project, does an anonymous survey each year of staff. We've participated in the survey for the last 3 years to understand how our staff are feeling about the instructional culture of our school. Do they feel supported in instruction, in coaching? Do they feel like they're developing? Is this a place that they see themselves staying long-term? And this is a key driver for us as a leadership team to be able to drive our strategic planning. So you'll see, again, the first year we were in the 25th percentile for Buffalo Charter Schools in terms of how our staff felt. And in just 1 year and being able to be responsive to that data, we moved to the 88th percentile of Buffalo Charter Schools with a much stronger instructional culture index. We saw a small dip this past year, but remained amongst the strongest charter schools in Buffalo for our culture. And the national trend, as GNTP told me, was just that scores dipped due to COVID and teachers being back in a pretty stressful school year last year. Next slide, please. Staff retention, also a key and critical factor, and a huge contributing factor to the reason we've been able to build the culture that we have. We have, with the exception of our first year, when we had a number of our founders move out of state, have been able to have an 80% or better staff retention rate year to year. With the amount that we invest in our staff and the amount of time and money that we put into developing them, we want our staff to stay with us and feel like Persistence Prep is a viable place for them to build their careers. We still have 9 of our 14 founders on staff, one of whom you'll hear from shortly, but people who really believe in the mission that we have and want to stay and help build the school and shape us into who we are becoming. Next slide. With our staff, you will see here our staff demographics. As I said, diversifying our staff is a huge focus area for us, and being able to grow the percentage of teachers who reflect the racial makeup of our student population. We do, again, try to supplement with this by bringing in additional mentors from the community, by partnering with organizations who can continue to bring in strong leaders, strong mentors, strong tutors. City Year has also been a really helpful partnership in helping increase the teachers and staff of color within the building. Next slide. In terms of financial data, we're in a very strong and healthy financial state currently. We obviously look each month at our current ratio, never letting it dip below 2. We've been positive to budget every year of existence. This past year, with our fiscal year ending on June 30th of 2022, our total net assets total about $2.7 million, plus our building. We ended the year with a favorable variance to budget of $306,000. We maintained strong cash reserves, and then, as I mentioned, we moved into our new building last year, and we're able to do that through securing a $7.6 million loan from Civic Builders to help support our new facility. We have had unqualified audit opinions every year of existence. We have strong external partnerships that we work with for grant funding and have a line of credit in the case of any sudden or slight emergencies. We also, and I apologize that I didn't mention this earlier, we also share the building. So our new location is the old Buffalo Public School 62, which was then the Crucial Community Center. So as a condition of sale, when we purchased the building, Buffalo Urban League still operates the Crucial Community Center out of a portion of our building, which has opened up considerable opportunities for our students and families as well. They have a new AT&T digital computer lab. BASE operates there. We're bringing in MVP and chess and a number of different enrichment activities for our students and families as well. Last slide, please. All right, so I just wanted to also touch upon our ESSER spending plan of action, and after taking into account all of the feedback from various stakeholders, developed a plan that really was driven by our commitment to students receiving that high quality education from high quality staff. And we spent our ESSER spending in these 6 buckets, including that talent pipeline, the full alignment of our literacy program to science of reading, expansion and creation of key staff roles, so especially increasing our coaching staff, number of teaching assistants, the number of interventionists to make sure students are getting what they need, expanded academic opportunities, staff development, and that social emotional learning component, being able to expand that even more as we know how critical that is to our students. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Erin White, one of our founding teachers.
I just want to remind the school that you have approximately 11 minutes before we have to do a hard stop for
Beautiful.
questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will be brief. I came here to represent the teachers that, despite everything, live and breathe the mission of Persistence Prep Academy Charter School. I came here to represent those of us who are committed to removing the many obstacles faced by the children in this city, specifically our Black and brown babies who, through no fault of their own, have been set up to fail. These barriers do not cease to exist just because the students have entered the schoolhouse. We are a group of educators who committed to empowering and strengthening our scholars so that they are better prepared to face what's outside. We are a group of educators committed to continuously examining our own privilege, deepening our own understanding, and most importantly, strengthening our instruction so that our students have the best possible chance at navigating and ultimately changing the world around them. Persistence Prep has been a center for critical thinking, for fostering community, and for high achievement, not just for the students in the building, but for the adults as well. I am honored to have been a founding teacher and to have become a part of Joel Formato's vision. I am even more honored to be given the chance to continue my journey there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evening, school board members, family, friends, and citizens. I'm here on behalf of my school, Persistence Prep and Persistence Prep Academy, and my name is Anita Williams, and I want to tell you guys the uniqueness about my school and why you should keep it open. One, the teachers are so supportive. As going into school as a kindergartner, I was a youth in foster care. I was a youth in foster care, and the teachers were just amazing. They will always make sure to come and check in on me, and they will always, and not just me, they wouldn't just check in on me, but they would check in on the other kids too. And when my special day came, my adoption day, I was so excited. I wasn't expecting them to come. I was expecting my mom, my birth mom, and my adoption family, my birth family and my adoption family. But when I was just sitting there and I looked around the room and they were there, and I was just like, oh my gosh. I was so excited and happy. But at that moment I realized that they were a part of my family and I was a part of theirs. And my school is amazing. Coming from the building that we shared to a bigger building, they built the building with so much care, and they built it with so much care, and they built it with inspirational messages and inspirational people. Every day when I walk into the building, I see Chadwick Boseman, and I also see Amanda Gorman. Amanda Gorman, she's amazing. She spoke before the president on the President's Day. Chadwick Boseman, we all love Chadwick Boseman. He's my superhero. He's amazing. He did so much with his life before he passed, but I'm just so happy to have a school and community that cares and loves for me and my school. And I want to say that my school is also unique because each classroom is named after a college, and it's named after a college. And me personally, I was going into kindergarten. I was in Howard University. I was in Spellhouse, Cornell, and Hampton, which was my third grade class, which I just finished third, and now I'm in fourth. And for fourth, my current classroom is FAMU, and we switch out sometimes, and I go to UCLA too. I love my teachers there. They're amazing. When I'm struggling on a word or when I'm struggling at all, they're always there to help me, and they keep pushing us through, and they're amazing. I just love my teachers. The teachers do anything for us. They make sure that we're safe and that we have a safe place to learn and grow our brains. And every once in a while we always do fire drills, lock-in drills, and I feel safe. And I want to make sure that my community has a safe place to learn and grow their brains too. Also, my teachers, they're willing to do anything for us. Seeing as at the last school board meeting that I attended, the teachers, just seeing how they stormed out And my teachers at Persistence Prep Academy, they would never do that. They will always be in there. They're not trying to break it down. They're trying to build it up and encourage young people, to encourage my community to encourage our young kids in my class to do what's right and not just walk out the classroom. And like, so supportive. I don't keep saying that. It's just me. I want to say thank you for this time and opportunity to speak up here today. I hope Amanda Gorman, she encouraged me to come up here today and speak before you, school board members, and she encouraged me to do everything I'm doing today. Thank you for your time, and I am Amy Williams.
Thank you.
So just a quick reminder for our community that's joined us on life size to mute your phone. There was some background noise when our young scholar was speaking. School, you have 4 minutes left on the clock if you want to take advantage.
I wasn't sure she was going to make it from school, so she sent me, is it okay if I read a letter from a parent?
Sure.
Beautiful. She was coming, she's also a teacher, so I don't know if she made it in time. So this is from another one of our founding parents who now has 2 young sons at our school in 2nd and 4th grade. She writes, I'm excited to share my experience with Persistence Prep. From the early beginning stages of the school development, I was involved as a community stakeholder, a teacher with an interest, and most importantly as a parent. As a social justice educator in Buffalo Public Schools who fights educational injustice daily for other people's children, I was searching for a place that would be a home for my 3 children who were to enter the school system. At first I thought private was all there was after trying a few Buffalo Public Schools unsuccessfully, until I stumbled upon Persistence Prep and came across the mission of the school to not only educate children in elementary school in a way that prepares them for college and makes that step a norm for children of color and for children of low economic status, but who also has a mission to teach justice as a school value. These 2 amazing values of the school are most important to me as a parent of 3 Black boys. After meeting a few of the founding staff members who I had the pleasure of working closely with in previous educational roles, I knew that this school would be unstoppable in its mission. I have worked in almost every charter school in Buffalo and almost every Buffalo public school in Buffalo, and I will tell you that this school is one who is unmatched when it comes to its values, its leaders, its teachers, its curriculum, its community involvement, and family outreach. My sons are now above grade level after attending the school for just 2 to 3 years. When my son showed academic abilities that were advanced, they did not give him the same level of work, but instead challenged him and were able to differentiate his education and provide 4th grade level work to a 1st grade student. They made sure he was not stagnant, but that he can get well ahead. They were able to recognize his abilities, although pointing out the areas in which he needed to grow, such as his speech, prompting me to sign him up for services and ensuring that he would grow. Because of their responsiveness to his needs, as well as their persistence to achieve, my son is better when it comes to his speech and is still grade levels above his peers. The curriculum of PPA is culturally responsive, is rigorous, and is working to improve my children's literacy levels, as well as their cultural awareness for who they are and their responsibility to their community. There's not enough time to share all the family support they have provided educationally as well as socially, but in conclusion, I want to be sure that everyone understands this school will be the standard of education that everyone else needs to rise to. From our parent, Felice Brandy.
Thank you very much.
Happy to answer questions.
Oh, we will have questions for you, I am sure. We have questions for all of our charter schools, not just you. I'm sure that you've watched and you've seen. I'm sure from your presentation, you've kind of anticipated what some of the questions will be as well. With that being said, I'm going to see, I've only saw 3 of us based on here. Mr. Scott and Ms. Belton-Cotman. Sharon, would you like to go first this time? If not, I'll give the floor to Larry. Okay. Larry, I think it's up to you. The floor is yours, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, President Petrucci. So thank you for the presentation, especially from your student. That was very well spoken. And thank you for all the data that you provided in your presentation, especially the, I think it was MAP testing and acknowledging that it's growth testing or based on growth.
Sure.
And, being honest about some limitations in that data, or lack of growth in that data in some areas. So my questions are always related to students with disabilities and then also English language learners. How many students with disabilities do you have enrolled currently?
It is 37, so it's 12% of our student population.
12%. And then English language learners?
We currently do not have any English language learners.
Okay. And where are you located?
We're at 378 Urban Street, so current corner of Urban and Moselle behind Build.
And then in regards to students with disabilities, you mentioned co-teaching. So could you just go over that, like what right now the continuum of services that you provide and to which grade levels?
Sure. So we have an integrated co-teaching classroom at every grade level. We have co-teaching in both classrooms where one teacher is more solely responsible for leading and planning math instruction, one is leading and planning ELA instruction. Our 5th grade cohort of students has the largest number of students who have academic IEPs. So we do have a 3rd additional full-time special education teacher who works specifically with those students, just because that is the highest demand. We also have an interventionist on staff who is also a special education teacher who pushes in with the co-teachers as well to continue to provide specially designed instruction for those students. In the instance, so I'll take Ms. Aaron's classroom, both she and her co-teacher are dual certified in special education as well as general education, so they're both able to support students in that way.
Do you have any data on suspensions?
I do.
Suspensions?
Yeah, I can certainly follow up and send. They're incredibly low. It's not a tactic that we use and rely on as a school. We've never had more than 10 suspensions in any year. The largest was our last year, just having a few students with incidents of possession of a vape or those pieces on the bus. But we have a mindfulness room in our school, 2 full-time school counselors, as well as a counseling intern, and a dean of culture who comprise our behavior team. They're there really to to respond to any calls, to support students, and put in place a number of interventions. So a suspension really is only in an egregious situation where there's been a physical altercation or possession of something that they cannot have on school property.
So you are up for renewal under SUNY?
Correct.
And you're currently K-5?
Correct.
Are you growing from there, or?
We are, our initial application was for K-8, so our intention is to grow through 8.
And for your renewal, are you requesting any expansion or just to continue the K through 8?
Just to continue K through 8 and nothing beyond that.
Okay. That's all. That concludes.
Thank you very much. Board Member Scott, thank you for your replies. Ms. Felton-Cotman, the floor is yours. If you have any questions, Sharon, are you with us? Thank you. You're on mute, Ms. Cotman.
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm here, President Petrucci.
The floor is yours, Sharon. If you have any questions for
I just have one question. How is it that you don't have any L's in your school?
Yeah,
because Urban Street has a lot of in their community. There are a lot of new Americans there.
Absolutely. So we relocated just a year ago, and so it's been a focus of our outreach now that we're in a community where we are able to welcome families in more. So we started hosting a number of block clubs within our school building just to help build familiarity and to build those partnerships. We know, particularly in terms of bilingual education, Buffalo Public Schools has the gold standard of bilingual schools. And I know that many families, there's a critical mass there. But we are working extensively hard. We do have a number of families who do not speak English as their first language, but their students haven't qualified for services once we've administered testing. But we certainly recognize it's a pain point for us, and it's a growth area that we're really committed to changing now that we're in a location that we know we are staying in, to be able to get a few families to really buy in and be able to grow that population.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Ms. Felton-Cotman?
Well, the only other question I have, and I want to commend the young people who did speak. The data that you submitted, was that just teacher data or was that staff data? As far as the diversity?
That is full staff. That's full staff.
That's full staff. So it was not differentiated with how many percentages of your teachers are are diverse, right? It was
not differentiated.
yeah.
No.
Okay. staff, Dr. Bullock, can you have your staff get that information differentiated for us, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Our folks-
Appreciate it. Thank
I'll
you.
just build on Ms. Scottman's comments. The focus of the board is always trying to get teachers of color in the classroom so that students see the people who look like them. I'm sure you saw her saying go, yeah. And that presents a variety of challenges for all of us. Thank you, Ms. Belton-Cotman. So I'm not seeing anyone else. I do have a couple questions myself. Do you provide transportation?
We do.
That's wonderful. One thing that kind of intrigued me is that 3 hours a week for your teachers, that's wonderful, but how do you do it? Because that comes at a great, just between scheduling and getting someone to cover classes and everything, that's...
It sure does. A lot of our
Oh, yeah.
you might see their names over there, and they would say it's a headache. But it was really born out of when we were virtual that year for COVID, and teachers, we had the 4-day-a-week school week, and Fridays had that more flexible time for teachers. We saw that instruction improved because our teachers had time to look at data. They had intentional time to collaborate, and so it was something we knew that we had to figure out. And so it is a labor of love, where a number of other staff members will take on, our enrichment teachers will step up and teach an extra class. Our counselors will push in and do additional social emotional learning. But we do, as I said, bring in a number of external partnerships. So we had it today. Erin had planning today. And we had Shakespeare in the Park, Locust Street Art, Police Athletic League, and Cold Gnarly Music Production, working with various groups of students throughout the day. We'll only tag off one to two grade levels at a time, so it makes it a little bit more manageable. We are fortunate that we're a smaller school, so it's only 2 to 3 classrooms that we're covering at any given time.
So that's wonderful. Next one had to, I know you said that, I was just kind of curious why you gave us actual numbers and not percentages of students that left to go different places.
That's a great question. I guess it was low, and so we literally went through the best data. Again, our first year only had 103 students, so I said we had just done the data for SUNY, so
okay.
knew the numbers.
Do you know where other students go? I'm just kind of curious. Do they go to other charter schools, or do they leave to go outside the city of Buffalo?
We've had a small handful transfer to another charter school, largely if it is a sibling, because we only offer a certain number of grades, and families will want to have all their students at the same school. We did have a number of families relocate out of the state. And then we had a few relocate to Amherst and Williamsville the last year. We lost 2 students that way, but largely either another district or out of state largely.
Okay, thank you. In terms of your corporate structure, are you guys local? You're not part of a nationwide syndicator that comes in?
Not even close. No, all homegrown. Most of our teachers and staff live right in the city.
Very nice to hear. So a couple budget questions, if you don't mind as well. So thank you, because you gave us the most financial data for anyone else who has presented this year, so you should be.
I studied accounting.
Okay.
In a prior life.
All right. Well, so one of our concerns is that oftentimes our charter schools hold grand reserves for a variety of reasons. So it could be to build a library, purchase a school, because sometimes the financing gets a little wonky because you can only have the 5-year renewal from us. Oftentimes banks or lending institutions want something longer. You have to find a private, I understand that. But our goal is to make sure that those dollars make it into the classroom. And though we do see value in those other things that are supportive of the instruction, that's one of the big things. So you did say, so what's your average budget if you have 2.7 in reserves?
That was just the net assets at the end of last year. So our average budget, our net income this year is projected to be $300,000.
Okay, but so my question is that oftentimes our charter schools hold in reserve more than a full year's worth of their operating budget.
Oh no, we certainly do not do that. We spend like crazy. The biggest piece was saving towards the purchase of the building, and just having the reserves and the debt ratio for that.
And that's the most common response. Either that, or I would say the second most would either be a gym, a library, some type of supporting feature, because they got to, oftentimes charters have to pay cash on the barrel because of the way of the renewal process. We understand that, but I just want to kind of, for clarity's sake, but again, our goal is always to try and get dollars in the classroom. I had a question about your ESSER dollars. just because I saw you had staff, and that always kind of raises a red flag for me because they're going to burn off in a very short period of time.
Yes.
So are these for programs that are just get children back to address some of the seat time loss, or do you think maybe you'll keep them on?
We will keep them on, so apologies for the lack of clarity on that one. So it was, as a slow growth school, we have a staffing growth plan, so it was bringing on roles a year or two earlier. So we are going to add a fourth interventionist. Next year, we were able to add that interventionist this year. We were able to bring on an additional instructional coach this year that wasn't budgeted for until 2024. So just thinking about those roles.
No, and that's one of the things I know that we struggle with the district as well. And the other thing that I was kind of curious, so does each one of your scholars get a growth goal that they must meet, every single one?
They do.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that so it isn't just someone that's falling behind, it's for every single student. So, and if you could just elaborate a little bit, is it, so the growth goal I see is in math and English, but does it also incorporate supports that they need to achieve those goals?
Absolutely. So in addition to the math score, or math assessment, apologies, we give the DIBELS assessment as well. And so that also sets goals for students. It comes with, we purchased the M-Class intervention program, so that provides 10-day bursts aligned to the student's highest area of growth. The math has become a lot more user-friendly in the past, and it will target specific areas and domains that students need support on. It's also the assessment that we use for qualification into our RTI services as well. So students who score on the bottom 15%, or 15th percentile, will qualify for Tier 2 and Tier 3 services.
Thank you very much. I do not have any other questions. If there's anyone that I'm not seeing on the big screen from the Board of Education, if you want to speak up now, because I'm not seeing anyone. Any other questions? Have you thought about teaching other charter schools how to make a presentation?
Happy to share.
It was very thorough. You touched on many of the points that we've been looking for, and it was just refreshing to see, all the data and things because we ask the same, it's like rote. We ask the same things over and over again. And if you watch a few meetings, you can kind of tell where our questions are going to go.
Yes. Wonderful. I appreciate the time. Thank you very much for hosting us.
Thank you so much, Persistence Prep.
Thank you.
And you, young Miss Scholar, thank you. I think Amanda Gorman is, wherever she is, she's singing your praises. She's very proud of you. And to our community that has joined us on Life Size as well, thank you for your participation. Please know that we do have a chat open in Life Size, that if you have a question or a comment for or against the school, you may place it in that chat so that we can have it so that we may have it on record. And then I would just ask for you, Ms. Formato, just as a follow-up, if you wanted to submit to Brad the parent letter so we can have that on record. Also, one of our board members asked for current suspension data, if you want to send that, as well as differentiated staff data. So how many teachers are female, how are they aides, custodians, so on and so forth. So break that down for us. Did you want a full accounting of reserves?
No, I think the answer that I received was sufficient.
And your contact is my director of school review, Bradley Behringer, and I think you may have had contact with my supervisor over there, Abby. And so we thank you for your participation today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a wonderful day.
Did we get everybody to sign in?
One more.
Yeah.
Lou?
There you go.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi, who's that?
I'm saying hello to Sarah.
Oh, I thought you were saying hi to me, Jack.
And you, Mrs. Scottman.
I'm gonna go get
I thought you were waving at me.
And you, Mrs. Woodson.
Good to see you again.
Yep.
You've been a popular man today.
Yeah. Yeah. I just want to remain in the shadows. Yes. Sarah, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi.
Oh, okay, good.
Sorry,
So-
I was muted or turned off my sound somehow, but I'm here.
Okay.
We can get things started.
Okay.
Let me just table it and I'll turn it over to our chair, Ms. Woods, to continue her fine work as our Finance and Operations Chair. Welcome, everybody, to the Buffalo Board of Education work session this October 12th, 2022. We're beginning with an update on our finance and operations concerning our annual audit report. And at this point, I see that it's 5 o'clock, so I'm going to turn it over to our board chair, or our Finance and Operations Chair, Ms. Paulette Woods. Paulette, the floor is yours.
Welcome, everybody, to the Finance and Operations work session. It'll be brief. We are going to have a wonderful report from our auditors telling us about a wonderful 11.9 million surplus for our operations in 21-22, and a wonderful general fund total fund balance of over $324 million. I think that's going to be some pretty good news. Then we'll have an overview from remarks from our CFO, our illustrious CFO, Mr. Barnes. And I just wanted to mention one thing that's been of concern today that we've gotten a few calls on, and our superintendent will probably speak to. Our 2022-23 budget was adopted May 18th of this year, 2022. It included using some of our fund balance because revenues and expenditures have to be balanced. Everyone is aware our budget is $1.02 billion. That is both revenues and expenditures. Those revenues included using $34.6 million of our fund balance. Technically, when your expenses are higher than your revenue and you have to use fund balance, it could be referred to as a deficit. It does not mean that we're broke. Our auditors are going to give you the great news. We have $324 million in our fund balance. It is perfectly normal to use fund balance to balance a budget. And it is also, it does not mean we're in any kind of crisis. It's prudent budgeting because we knew we had a lot of contracts that were going to be settled this year. So we planned for it. We are following the adopted budget plan, and it isn't a surprise, guys, to any of us. So with that, I turn it over to our superintendent to continue with the good news and to introduce our CFO and make whatever remarks she'd like to make. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Woods. Good evening, everyone. I'm really looking forward to hearing from our Lumsden and McCormick partners. I think it's essential that we as a school district have reasonable assurance that our finances are in fact in order, and they are. We have had an objective examination, evaluation, and what I believe is an exhaustive review of our financial statements from what I believe is a top-of-the-line audit company. And so I'm looking forward to hearing the discussion and the presentation of this audit report. So I will introduce our acting Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Barnes, to bring forward representatives from Lumsden and McCormick.
Thank you, Superintendent. Yeah, the purpose is to have Lumsden and McCormick, our external auditors, present the results of the 21-22 audit. Before turning it over to them, I'm going to make a few quick remarks and a quick analysis of 21-22, and then just a quick peek ahead at the current budget year. Admir, next slide. So, quick overview of last year's general fund audited results. The original budget had a deficit of $29.6 million. We do quarterly reports and projections. The last one done in April of 2022 showed a projected $6.3 million surplus, and we ended the year with an $11.9 million surplus. The bottom half of this slide just shows a comparison of 21-22 to the prior year. What I would like to draw your attention to is the actual surplus line. 21-22, $11.9 million. The prior year was $46.7 million. So while we still had a surplus, it decreased by $34.8 million. The bottom line of the second group of numbers shows our fund balance. As the auditors will show, it's $324.6 million. At the end of the prior year, it was 312 million. The difference is the surplus was added into the total fund balance. Next slide, Edmure. Real quick, some significant budget variances. Total revenues were about $3.7 million below the $943 million budget. Lower state aid revenues in transportation and CTE-related aids were partially offset by higher sales tax revenue. Invoicing to other districts for services, that's part of our revenue maximization program, where we charge other districts for services performed by our staff. And then there were indirect costs associated with the ESSER expenditures. As part of the ESSER grants, the general fund or the district is allowed to charge, I think, 10.7% of expenditures. Real quick look at the general fund expenditures. Favorable variances, $18.1 million in transportation from the original budget. $16.1 million in salaries from the original budget. That's due to vacancies. When your salaries go down, your benefits go down. $12.6 million favorable variance in benefits. We spent less in contracts, and we spent less in tuitions to other districts. I can provide any level of breakdown for this at any point in time, but I thought I'd point up some of this more detailed information before the auditor speaks. Also note, we transferred $10 million to capital projects. That was not budgeted last year. I'm going to end with the next slide, Edmure, and just a quick look ahead at this year's general fund. To be cautious and prudent, I wanted to present some of this information on this slide. Significant changes in the district's financial results are expected to occur in the 22-23 year and continue into some of the out years. We're projecting a $34.6 million deficit. That's in our approved budget book. Among the factors driving that change, there's going to be a return to more normalized spending in transportation and other areas. I just showed you the savings from budget last year. That's probably not going to happen in the current year. Everything's returning to more normal, more historical spending trends. Also in the 22-23 budget, we put in a $26.2 million contingency for union contract settlements. Those may be insufficient to settle all outstanding contracts. Salary and benefit increases related to the recently settled PICTA, BCSA, and 409 are estimated to be $10.9 million in 22-23, $13.96 the following year, and $17.29 million in the next year. So those, the $26.2 million contingency obviously added to the budgeted deficit. And then the potential impact of a settled BPF contract could substantially increase the general expenditure base well above the amount that's set in the contingency for next year. We're all aware of that, and that negotiations are underway. Current discussions regarding surrounding capital projects and facility acquisitions could potentially utilize the district's fund balance if they're not aidable. We just need to be aware of that. And lastly, as a peek ahead for 2 years, the elimination of the ESSER funding will result in the return of after-school and summer school programming, which has been funded through ESSER. That'll go back into the general fund, and along with potential additional salaries and benefits that are currently in the ESSER funds. All these factors will be more fully discussed and outlined in the upcoming first quarter financial report. I think I turned that in at the November board meeting. And then fully quantified in a revised 4-year plan to be submitted to the board in December, where all these factors and any other thing that's going to impact our finances will be clearly spelled out and quantified. So, with that, I'm going to turn this over to Sarah from Lumsden and McCormick. And before we start, I do want to say thank you to Sarah and Lumsden. They held us accountable, they cracked the whip, and yet they were highly supportive and persistent in getting this done on time. So Great job, Sarah, and thank you for everything.
Thanks, Jim. That's a nice start. Good evening, everyone. I'm Sarah Dayton, as Jim mentioned. I am here also with Seth Hennard, who is the coordinating partner on the engagement, and Jenna Sheehan, who is the manager. And we're going to take pieces of this to present to you. Jenna is going to attempt to share the presentation so you can see it up on the screen. And I will just kind of get started while she does that. Is it working, Jenna? We need to, oh, there it is. Great. Okay. Okay.
I'll be the one presenting it, so just let me know when's the next slide due.
Thank you. I am ready for the next slide. So our deliverables tonight are basically the same as prior years, with a couple things that just timing wise aren't quite ready. But the main thing is you hire us to render an opinion on your financial statements, and we are issuing an unmodified opinion, which is a clean opinion, meaning your financial statements are fairly presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. We also, within the financial statements, issue a report in accordance with government auditing standards, and we have no matters under those standards. Because you receive federal funding in excess of $750,000, and in fact, you received over $130 million in federal funding for 2022, you're required to have what's called a single audit. Typically, we do issue that along with the audited financial statements. Because of some of the changes in staffing during the year, we focused on getting the audit done. Our goal is to get the single audit done for you as well next week. We continue to work through it. But if not, we will issue a version of your financial statements, just your normal audit, and then we will separately issue audited financial statements that include the single audit shortly thereafter. But just to give you an idea of that detail, because the funding is still included in your financial statements, as I mentioned, about $130 million in federal funds. That was up primarily due to education stabilization funds that you received during 2022. So this is COVID funding. You did receive funding as well in the prior year, but you received an increase in that funding during 2022. So that is where we are spending our time doing our testing for the single audit. It encompasses about 35% of your total federal expenditures. You're deemed to be low risk for purposes of the single audit. So we're actually only required to test 20%, but that grant happens to be 35%. Once that single audit is complete, we will also review and certify with management the data collection form, which is filed with the Federal Audit Clearinghouse. It includes detail on all those federal grants, as well as a PDF of your financial statements. That is not due until March. We typically do file that, however, in October. We also issue a report on your extra classroom activity schedule of additions and deductions. This is your student clubs. The numbers were extremely consistent coming in and out this year, less than I think $1,000 difference. You had about $841,000 going through your clubs this year. So this is all the fundraising activities and events with the students. So your balance at year end in the clubs was $1,068,000. And I do have a few recommendations on those that I'll get into in a minute. Similar with the single audit, we will also issue an agreed upon procedures report on the contract for excellence. That is that portion set aside of the district's foundation aid to improve student achievement. It targets those students with the greatest educational needs. That testing kind of coincides with the single audit testing, so we are completing all of that together. That is not due until January 1st of 2023, but again, we hope to have that completed in October. If we go to the next slide, this is a summary of a letter we issued to you called the Communication with Those Charged with Governance. It details our responsibilities for the audit, which is really to render an opinion on your financial statements. The planned scope and timing of the audit, which I mentioned further down as well. As you know, there was a delay in some of the start of the audit due to the change in positions with both your CFO and your controller just when we were starting the audit. I will say we were very concerned about getting the audit completed and did not think it would be possible by your anticipated deadline of this meeting. But working with Jim and Andrew and really all of your staff who have any responsibility for anything financial or grants, they all worked extremely hard to get us the information we needed for this. Really, I did not think we would be here today, and they did an excellent job helping to get us the information that we needed to get this done. So I appreciate everything they did for us as well. There was also a change there was an adoption of a new accounting pronouncement this year called GASB 87 related to leases. So this now requires recognition on your government-wide statements of any leases. And you have, your largest leases are for buildings. So you do lease buildings or portions of buildings from other entities. You also lease vehicles and some equipment. So there's a restatement to your beginning of year net position on a government-wide basis. It really doesn't affect your budget or your fund basis. But on that government-wide statement, it's a restatement of about $10.7 million to recognize the right to use lease assets, net of amortization, and then offset by now a lease liability. There's additional disclosures within the financial statements that show what those lease amounts are. Those were previously disclosed as well in your financial statements, but the accounting is a little bit different where you see this gross up now on the statement of net position. There's certain estimates within your financial statements. For the most part, other than leases, these are really consistent with prior years. So capital assets, your buildings and your equipment, there's an estimate of the useful life of those assets to the district and therefore the number of years over which you will depreciate them. There are estimates for your self-insured health insurance plan and workers' compensation. There's estimates of your accumulated sick and vacation time, known as your compensated absences. And then there's estimates for pensions and your other post-employment benefits, which are calculated by actuaries. The pensions would be the two state pension systems, the New York State Teachers Retirement System and the New York State and Local Employees Retirement System, TRS and ERS. Other post-employment benefits is your own actuarial. You hire an actuary to calculate that for you, and that is the expected or estimated amount for benefits that you have been promised to employees at retirement, which is primarily health insurance related. And then after leases, the other estimate is reserves and what the district needs, and Jim touched upon that a bit during his presentation. The significant disclosures within the financial statements really mirror where those estimates are. So note 2 discloses that new accounting pronouncement and how it impacts your financial statements. And then note 6, 7, and 8 are all relative to those long-term liabilities of the district, including pensions and OPEB. There were no difficulties during the audit with the exception, as I said, of the delays, but we really caught up most of that time. There were no disagreements on implementation of standards. Any adjustments that we had were corrected by management and agreed to by them. There were no circumstances affecting the auditor's report. There are representations we will request from management once we finalize these last pieces. There were no consultations with other accountants regarding implementation of standards, and there were no other significant matters, findings, or issues. So really, you know, I told you a clean opinion, but truly also a clean audit as far as getting through the information. The next page goes through the management letter. And the major takeaway from this is that we found no material weaknesses in your internal control. So that is, you're hoping for that. So really the points we have here are just comments and observations. And some of these will be familiar from prior years. A couple of them are new. The first one is excess fund balance in the food service fund. I believe it's been communicated in some recent discussions regarding implementation of perhaps some new processes and perhaps a new building for school lunch operations. Basically, because of all the COVID funding received in the past couple of years, and I'll show you the numbers in a couple of minutes. You have more fund balance than the state would suggest within that fund. When that happens, you're required to file a report explaining how you're going to use that excess fund balance. It can basically be used to improve the quality of food offered in the program or for materials, supplies, or equipment. So our understanding, and through looking at some of the documentation from the board and management, is that there are plans in place to address that over the next few years. And again, that's really a new item because of all of that COVID funding you have received within that fund. Given the staff changes for the CFO and controller position, we thought this was a great opportunity to recommend an evaluation of your positions and to have additional cross-training of employees to ensure that others know how to provide reports and generate information that was perhaps done by one person in the past. The extra classroom activity accounts are those student clubs. It's not unusual for us to have recommendations relative to the clubs. You also have many clubs with many students involved. Again, keeping in mind that students don't necessarily know exactly how to keep accounting records. And there's requirements for both a district employee to keep a set of books and then the students to have a set of books and reconcile those. So there were some instances where the student records weren't complete or were unavailable, where there were missing sign-offs on some of the receipts and disbursements and some other items. So we just continue to recommend oversight and training of those students with the faculty advisors. The final kind of current comment is on the interest allocation to reserves. I know we've talked about this in the past. As you know, most of your cash for general fund purposes is held by the city. Technically, the reserves should have interest that is allocated to them. You do receive an allocation of interest for the stabilization reserve as well as for amounts held for other post-employment benefits. And we would just suggest continuing to talk to the city to see if there's an opportunity for additional allocations of interest on some of those other funds. There's a few informational points here. There were some new accounting pronouncements issued that are coming up in the next few years. One is GASB 96. This is basically like the lease standard we implemented this year, but for subscription-based IT arrangements, so basically software systems. From what we've seen so far, it seems that perhaps most of these systems are on a shorter term arrangement that would not qualify to have to be accounted for under GASB 96. So we will work with management during the current year to see if implementation is required for June 30th, 2023. GASB 100 is effective for the following year, and that really just affects the financial statement presentation if there is an accounting change or error correction. Most commonly, these types of things are seen with implementation of a new standard, like this year where we made the $10.7 million adjustment, cumulative effect adjustment to your net position because of leases. So this would really be part of the end of year financial statement process that would impact. It would have no impact during the year. And then finally, GASB 101 on compensated absences is effective for your year ending June 30th, 2025. Compensated absences is the estimate of your accumulated sick and vacation time. You do already accrue for that. This standard really just tries to clarify how you account for that so that different governments are accruing it in the same fashion. And then the only other point in the management letter is a prior year update just regarding your vendor list. So vendor lists tend to get longer and longer over time as you use more vendors. Vendors maybe change addresses. So we just recommend putting a process in place to over certain time periods, reviewing that vendor listing and adjusting it as necessary. The next page, please, is moving on to the numbers. So here is a snapshot of fund balance just in your general fund, and then we'll look at fund balance for all funds. In the general fund, I think that Jim really went over most of this already. In the bottom right, you can see that increase in fund balance we mentioned this year of 11.9 million. So the question is, where did that increase in fund balance go? You can see there was a slight increase in your inventory and prepaid deposits in the general fund. The majority of it went into, or not the majority, but a larger amount went into the amount set aside for your other post-employment benefits and other employee benefits, rounding that up to about 70 million. And more than half of it went to the amount designated to reduce the subsequent year's tax levy. And then some of it was just open purchase orders at year end, which is your encumbrances. And by difference, the remainder went into unassigned fund balance. So you can see there's that $324.6 million in fund balance that you're ending in the general fund as of June 30th. The next slide then shows fund balance for all of your funds. Jenna, in a moment, will go through the change. Can you go to the next slide, actually, please? It doesn't. There we go. Thank you. So as I mentioned, there's the general fund total. Again, Jenna will go through the changes in revenue and expenditures that really impacted that during the year. The special aid fund, that's where all your grants sit. And you can see it looks like nothing happened this year. But in reality, you had about $138 million worth of grants flowing through that fund at year end. Because grant revenue is given to you for purposes of spending it on a grant, the net impact should basically always be zero. So you receive money and you either spend it or you owe it back, the difference for what you didn't spend. So your fund balance should really always be zero in this fund. Of that $138 million, about $93 million of that was federal. And I had mentioned a few slides ago, 45 million of that was the grant that we had tested, are in the midst of testing for the education stabilization funds. About 38 million of it is state grants and about 2.5 million is local grants. The capital projects fund, Jim had mentioned there was an unbudgeted transfer of about $10 million to the capital projects fund. So you can see that in the increase. There was also a transfer of almost $14 million as required from the debt service fund during the year. And then you had about $12.3 million in project costs broken out between your Smart Schools project as well as your ongoing capital construction project. The debt service fund, although the fund balance at year end is not significantly different from the prior year, you had a lot of activity there as well. You had about $90 million transferred into that fund. $88 million was then spent on principal and interest payments on your bonds. And then you actually refunded $83.7 million worth of existing bonds with new bonds during the year, which caused a net savings to the district of about $3.2 million. So a lot of activity, but really you kind of end at the same place at the end of the year in that fund. The food service fund, this is where you can see the continued increase in fund balance in that fund. And as mentioned, it sounds like you have a plan in place to use that fund balance for purposes of equipment, perhaps a lease of additional space, and improving food quality with some locally sourced food in the district. Then the special activities and permanent funds are obviously smaller funds of the district. Those are deemed to be non-major funds. They include some miscellaneous local sources, some refunds, and an endowment fund, and there was no significant activity in those during the year. And with that, I will turn it over to Jenna to cover the next couple of slides.
Thank you, Sarah. So I am going to just briefly go through some of the significant variances year over year related to the general fund revenue as well as the general fund expense. So starting with revenue, the contributions from the city, consistent year over year, and that's really just based on the city's budget. Looking at sales tax, that went up about $2.6 million, and that's a function of just the economy and the ability to spend post-pandemic, so increased spending, increased sales tax. Looking at the state aid revenue, that was up about $55.6 million. So as Jim mentioned, what the district was expecting, so what was budgeted, it ended up being a little bit lower than that just based on those transportation and other aid reductions. But looking at it year over year, the amount actually did increase. So there was an increase in general aid due to a full phase-in of foundation aid over a 3-year period, as well as a pandemic adjustment that happened in the prior year of about $30 million. So that didn't happen again in 2022, so really offsetting some of that change. And then looking at the district's other revenue, so that was down about $30 million. A big chunk of that is the CARES Act, so $28 million was recognized in the general fund in the prior year, compared to about $716,000 in the current year. And really all that is a switch from the general fund to the special aid fund. So the Carissa and ARP funding is recorded in the special aid fund in the current year. There's also within this other category a decrease in refunds of prior year expenses. That's relating to an unemployment reclass as well as some New York State refunds that happened in the prior year. And this is all offset by an increase in interfund revenue. And what that interfund revenue was is just to close out some of those special aid projects. So then if we move on to the next slide, we will take a look at the general fund expenditures. So looking at this chart, the most significant expenses that the district has are your salaries and benefits, so that makes up about 63% of your total general fund expenditures. Your salaries were up about $9.4 million relating to raises and step increases for your admin, teachers, engineers, and transportation aides. That total was about $6 million from 2021. And then there was also an increase in the need for substitutes as students return to being fully in person rather than the remote or hybrid learning. That caused a $3 million increase in salaries. Looking at benefits, the retirement is up about $1.4 million. So as Sarah mentioned, that's ERS and TRS, really due to an increase in TRS rates from 9.53% to 9.8%. Also increased by additional salaries and employees. Looking at health insurance, that's up about $5.6 million from the prior year. And again, this is related to COVID and elective surgeries not happening during fiscal year 2021, resuming again in 2022. So more of a normal year of claims occurred. And then this is offset by about $3.5 million of health insurance being recorded in the F fund under Carissa and ARP. So again, just kind of that shift to a different fund just based on the guidance of how those should be recorded. Payroll taxes and other, relatively consistent, down about $575,000. Increase in payroll taxes, which is consistent with the increase you're seeing in the overall salary expenses, but then offset by some decreases in your other benefits, including unemployment and workers' comp. The charter school payments were up about $6.3 million, and this is related to an overall increase in the rates that were charged, as well as an increase in FTEs. There was an increase of about 272 FTEs over 2021, and then offset by the expense related to the withheld payments to the charter schools that happened in 2021 of about $3 million. And then finally, looking at contractual and other, a significant change here of about $24 million. We'll kind of break it into contractual and other. So within contractual, there was an increase of about $18.3 million related to the students coming back for a full year of in-person learning. So really just resulting in an increase in electricity, gas, transportation costs, and then also bringing back occupational and physical therapy for the special education students. So those weren't happening when the students were remote, so that bringing that back for fiscal year 2022 increased expenses about $1.6 million. And then within your other category, there's about a $2 million increase for a stadium project, as well as a $1.3 million increase related to software for licensing upgrades to enhance security on individual licenses.
Okay, back to me. We'll flip to the next page, please. So now these past few slides of numbers have gone through your fund basis financial statement, which really follows your budgetary basis and what you're looking at, you know, on a monthly basis at your board meetings. In the financial statements, you're also required to have a second set of books, which sounds bad, but it is required. And that is a government-wide financial statement, statement of net position, and the statement of activities. So we try to just summarize it all here in one slide. And this is really showing the district as a whole. So it's not funds, it's everything combined, and it's all of your long-term assets and liabilities too, which you don't really see on a fund basis typically. So current assets is made up primarily of cash, including cash held on your behalf by the city of Buffalo and amounts receivable. So the majority of that 611 million is cash of about 444 million, up from 375 million in the prior year. The reason for that increase is a couple of things. Part of it is your current year operating results that did increase those balances about $31 million. In addition, the timing of some payments owed to the city of Buffalo was different. So you had more cash, but you also had more due to them at year end. So an increase in current assets and an increase in other liabilities for the same thing. Capital assets is your buildings, your land, your equipment, now your leased assets as well, net of depreciation and amortization on those assets. So you did have additions of about $16.5 million this year. A lot of that, again, is from your construction projects. You also had the addition of those leased assets. So the increase in the lease asset portion of it was 40 million. But then offsetting both of those additions is depreciation and amortization of just under $87 million, which causes that net decrease of just over $30 million in your capital assets year to year. Pension, OPEB, and deferred resources. Now on your actual statement of net position in the financial statements, this is on about 6 different lines. So we try to pull them all out and just show them together on one line so you can truly see just pension and other post-employment benefits together. As you may recall from earlier in my presentation, I mentioned that both of these are actuarial calculations. So there's an actuary calculating that the district hires to calculate your OPEB liability, and then there's actuaries hired by the state to calculate the pension liabilities, and then they allocate a piece of that to you. The majority of this deficit is because of your own other post-employment benefits. It's actually $2.7 billion is the deficit, and it's being reduced by a net pension asset of about $200 million. Those systems were fully funded, so they actually saw an asset and an increase in that asset during the year. So the $2.7 billion liability, again, is an actuary's calculation of the value of the benefits that you give your employees at retirement. That $200 million fluctuation, that 209,425 that you see on there, is really due to changes in actuarial assumptions. So a lot of these numbers, it's not like there was payment of $209 million on this. What happened was the discount rate increased, and that actually reduces your liability. In addition, future healthcare trends. So by how much health insurance rates will go up in the future, those assumptions went down. They estimate those rates will not go up as much as they had been expecting. So that also reduced your other post-employment benefit liability. So that's really the reason for that large change year to year. Then your long-term liabilities includes your bonds, your bond premiums, now your lease liability, your compensated absences, workers' compensation. So the decrease there year to year is really a result of payments on your bonds and your leases, and amortization of a portion of those bond premiums is included within there as well. The other liabilities is really just accounts payable and accrued liabilities at year end. So amounts due to retirement systems, amounts due to vendors that just, you know, the bill came in and it was for services performed in June that weren't paid until after June 30th. As I mentioned previously, that increase is really a result of the timing of payments to the city of Buffalo. So it was just a higher number as of the date of June 30th. And then the piece at the bottom is really just a reconciliation. It's really the accounting from the fund basis to the government-wide basis and why that number fluctuates so much. And you can see it's really a function this year of the reduction in the other post-employment benefits liability causing income on a government-wide basis in excess of the income you recognized on a fund basis. I think that is everything we had, but we're happy to take any questions or go into anything in additional details if you would like.
Thank you, Sarah. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Well, I agree. It's an excellent presentation, and thank you, Sarah Dayton and Seth Hennard and Jenna Shan for the detail and your extra effort to get these reports done timely. I am just would like to hear a little bit more about on the pension, OPED, and other. Why did you say it increased from in 2021 from the 9 million to 222 billion? Wow.
Yes, that is a very large number. So this is, again, this is because your contracts, and this now goes back because this calculation includes all of your previous employees who are still getting benefits for being district employees who are now retired and are still receiving health insurance benefits, as well as the calculation for your existing employees who will receive benefits in the future. So this is just an estimate of the liability by an actuary of what the district in total owes for those benefits promised. So it is both previous and current employees.
So that means it's extremely important for us to do something to cap that medical retirees benefit.
Absolutely.
That's a significant portion of that. And I know we added another 180 positions from our ESSER. And can I assume that's part of, because that's just a very large increase.
It was actually a decrease. It was a decrease in the liability. And so it's a reduction, which is good news. It went from a liability of about 2.8 billion to about 2.57 billion. So it actually improved, but it is still a very large number. And I think, you know, some of it depends on market conditions, but it also, as you said, absolutely depends on contracts and what future contracts are giving to employees.
Okay. Thank you for that additional information. That's the only question that I really was worried about. Board members, do you have any questions that you'd like to ask about our financial statements? I see Sharon Belton-Cotman's hand.
I just have one question, and I asked it, and it may not be directly related to this presentation, but I wanted to know how much money went back to the general fund for unfulfilled positions. I asked that a couple of weeks ago. I didn't get my answer, so I guess I'm going to take this opportunity now to get it. I'd like to know that, what that number was, because that's what I'm looking for.
My presentation, about $16.1 million in 21-22.
Okay. So that's increased. All right.
I think in the prior year, it was 20 million.
Oh, well, maybe I didn't get the number that year, but I do remember the conversation around this number that because it has been budgeted in the budgets, that principals should be allowed to use that money to provide supports for students and not return it back to the district. And if we need to do a policy to make sure that happens, I have no problem working on that. But it just seems to me that if it's been budgeted and human resources not able to fill those positions, that our children should be allowed to have some additional resources. And that has nothing to do with you, Sarah. Thank you very much for your presentation. But I just want you to know I have to get in where I can. And that's very important to me, that we are making sure that our children receive the resources that they have requested in their budgets, the principals have requested. So thank you very much for your detailed presentation. I am pleased to hear about the extracurricular funds. It appears that we have made some adjustments with those, and we've tightened down considerably, considering that we're only dealing with about $1,000. So that was good news to hear for real. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Superintendent, I believe you have previously indicated that you're aware of our concerns that vacancies disproportionately hit community schools who can least afford the vacant positions. That teachers are allowed to bid where they want to go, and you can't control it and we can't control it. And I think you were very sympathetic to a policy or directing staff to work on something that would allow our principals, that if they can't get the science teacher or the special ed teacher, that they would be able to submit for some other resources so their children do have the additional resources. If you care to speak on that, that's fine. But I believe you expressed your concern in looking at that issue.
We certainly want, our principals and our staff to make sure that, they're doing everything that they can to make sure that the students have every opportunity to close those opportunity and achievement gaps that we talked about. And so if in fact they have requested, as I understand it, any request that they put in this year, we were able to accommodate those requests financially. So it becomes a matter of if folks, apply for the positions and secure the positions then. So we've been able to accommodate every request that our schools have made as far as, may I have a science teacher? May I have a 0.5 attendance teacher? We have approved that. But then it becomes an issue of, do we have the human capital who are actually applying for the positions and getting them in the positions? So that piece we have done. Now, if they've requested a science teacher and we can't, no one has stepped up to the plate, and then the school comes back and says, well, we want to change that now to a school counselor, then we have conversations. The ASL just has conversations with them to see. So then what happens to the science teacher piece? It's not that we're saying we can accommodate them getting the other position, but we still want to make sure that what they initially put in there, we are doing our due diligence. And I know that Chief Holly McGee is doing that to get what it is they prioritized and said that they needed initially.
Well, we recognize that HR has been very diligently working to fill positions, especially in some key areas for safety, security, and you are both to be commended. And I do hope that we can work out something. I see that Terrence Hurd has raised
Excuse
his.
me, can I finish? Can I respond to that also, Madam Chair? This is on point. It is my question that they were addressing. Can I respond to that?
Please continue. I didn't know you weren't finished.
Okay, thank you. So my concern here is legit. In other words, if we have school positions that are not being able to fill, the money has been budgeted for the school. The principals should be allowed, in my opinion, to use that money. And as you see, my phone blew up about this. Should be allowed to use this money or for extra supplies. They are not aware. The principals are not aware that they can even request something outside of the budget. I ran into that today in one of my schools, where a position, a music teacher, has not been made available. And so I said to the principal, what else can you do in regards to that? And she said, nothing, because we're not allowed to change anything. So there is a communication problem here, because for me, year after year, to see 16, 14, 11, $20 million returned due to unfilled seats in the schools, that's not what equity is about. Equity is about finding the resources that children need by any means necessary. And in this particular case, this was a music teacher that she could not find, but is there another area that she might be able to expand for the children? And that's not happening in our schools. And for every year that we can count on millions of dollars going back to the general fund, in reality, if we were really serious and honest about equity, what would happen is that school's money would be allowed to be used for next year. Okay, because it's not fair for some schools to have, I understand general accounting principles, but I'm just telling you what equity is about, whether you like to hear it or not. Okay, equity basically says that if the resources are made available to the children. So the fact that this year you were not able to give me the staff that I need should not exclude the children from getting resources that can supplement them and supplant that position. And that's the conversations that are not having. And this is why every year the general fund can expect to get billions and millions of dollars back after quote, the school-based budgets have been established. Okay, so we need to figure out how to fix that, because I can tell you consistently, if we did an audit on the schools where the money came from, and I would be happy to have that audit, if we did an audit on where this money for this general funds come from, you will find that the same schools is consistent. There's a consistent pattern that exists in these schools, that staff is not in these buildings. Okay. And so we need to work with that, because if we're talking about equity, you can't justify returning money back to the general fund and children not receiving resources as a result. Okay, that's not fair, and that's not even equal. That's not even how we want to see it done. So I just want focus to be on that, because next year, if it turns out there's another big lump sum dumped into the general fund, then we have a pattern here. We have a pattern of making sure children don't receive resources that they should receive. And it already exists. That's what I just wanted to share. That's all. This existed long before you sat in that chair. So it's not new. But I do not feel, if we're talking about, we are about equity and about providing resources to children, that we should be returning lump sum monies like this without making sure resources make it to those babies. That's all I wanted to be clear.
Thank you so much. You said a lot. And so one of the things that we're talking about internally is looking at making sure that our neediest schools, you know, if we have a music teacher, and we have several schools that need a music teacher, we certainly want to make sure that as we're placing them, that we're looking at the needs of our neediest schools, so that those schools are getting what it is they need. But thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Mr. Terrence Hurd, Board Member Hurd, you had your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Woods. And thank you, Mrs. Drayton and Mr. Hannon and Ms. Sheehan for a great presentation and very detailed. And I do like that we have the 3-year comparison, so we can see what track we're on and where we're going and the direction that we're moving in. So it gives us a lot of input, and we can address our concerns, and also congratulate us on our progress that we're making, within the district, and I do see great things happening. But I do have a couple of questions, and one is concerning equity. And as I look at this, giving money back each year for expenditures, and I'd like to know, what is our process for our departmental needs? Do we have a process to where each department is allocating the budget and for their needs and reporting back to the district, or is the district just implying how much money each department receives?
If I understand your question, we have a very detailed school-based budget process, at which time the school-based budget management teams allocate or choose their budgets, FTE counts, other expenditures. So we are providing them the resources they specifically request. And during the year, all kinds of reports are issued by the budget department in the quarterly reports to the board.
Okay. What I see is, I know we did very well, like when we lost the Century 21 grants. And so we looked at the programs that ran with Century 21, how this district adopted and added monies to make sure those programs stay substantial and running this year. And I'm not quite sure what's our plan for the next year or the coming years, but also like the Native American school, number 19, to where they lost some of their fundings, to where the district actually moved monies over to make sure those programs continue to run. But I don't see the success in all the programs to where principals are still telling me they have needs, or programs are saying they still have needs. And I'm gonna just use one program, for example, the CTE program, and they have different needs, and also in that program, in the adult education program, along as our educational program for our students. And I don't see where monies is being allocated to those programs when principals are still saying, they got a checklist of things that they don't have or things that they need that they're asking for.
I'll give a quick answer on CTE. Work very closely with Rob Harris. He's great. He got just about everything he wanted during the budget process. He's got issues with some vacancies, but
yes,
you're not going to have any issue with CTE programs that I'm aware of at all.
I'll just use that as an example.
Sure.
I know that program is being fluent, but they run in with what they have. Equipment's outdated in certain areas, and also in our high schools also, taking tours of our schools who have like carpentry programs, and develop building programs. They have other certain needs that, that can update them to modern times. And I know that can be done more through partnerships with businesses, other companies that does this, or is it just our expenditures, with our budget and making it adequate. But when we have teachers or principals saying that, all the time that they wish they had more books or more software that they can teach kids or ways to reach out, I'm just saying, how are they able, not just through the principal, but are they able to themselves to adequately, get the message across about the needs for that school, particular schools?
We have a very well communicated system through units called PBR. They submit unbudgeted requests, and we take a look at them. We give them to the superintendent. So there's a well communicated avenue for them to make those requests.
Okay, I just want to keep an eye on that, and because if that's the case, we have a perfect system, but we still got people with needs and buildings and children.
That's perfect. Well, that's a good system.
Okay. Another thing is, how are we calculating insurances? One thing we talked about before is taking a look at our insurances and everything that we have, within our schools for cars and things like that, and see if we can get cheaper prices to save more money. That's something I think we discussed 2 years ago. And have we ever took a look into that to see if we can?
I haven't yet. I'm not adverse to bidding out insurance. It would have to be the next year, as we just closed our new insurance contracts.
Okay, I just want to see, have we actually continued to look into that? And I do like the point you got about cross-training for departments, you know, so we don't be caught in 227s, you know, in the future. But how are we evaluating overtime in this budget also? We have a number of situations like security or after-school programs where people are working overtime, and that's piling up. And are we giving a projected, you know, for the year, or are we actually calculating the numbers in there?
Part of our budget reporting package, we report on budget to actual overtime in numerous ways. Take a step back, overtime on the department level for plant, for security. I consider overtime for teachers and administrators. That's all part of the budget process, and we monitor it every month and quarterly.
Okay, yeah, because I know that a lot of teachers stayed over with the transportation issues, making sure every child got home. And I congratulate our teachers for that effort, you know, staying in the building. So I just want to know how it's going to fare this year with still having transportation issues. You know, that's out of our control. And the last thing is, how do we calculate our sharing revenue with the city of Buffalo within this this budget, or how do we give this information back to Albany as we look into our audit report? I mean, had there been expenditures that came out of our budget that's reported in there, or has that been left alone? I'm not quite sure where we are with that.
The only, and Sarah, you can jump in at any time, but the only impact on the budget from the city's, it's a revenue item for us, and it's been flat at like $70 million per year.
I was referring to the sharing of the bank account.
The bank account doesn't impact the revenue or expenditures, it's just held with them, but you might be referencing my comment on the reserves and the interest allocation. Okay. So that is a very small piece. I think there was $390 that was applied to the stabilization fund, and maybe $35,000 somewhere around there allocated to the reserve for employee benefits, or your kind of assigned fund balance for employee benefits. So those are calculated, I believe, based on, the reason those numbers are so different is because you have $70 million in the employee benefits reserve and $3.9 million in the stabilization reserve. So it is a function of interest rates based on their balances. But my comment or recommendation was just, you know, you have other funds and reserves too. Really, that cash is held by the city. And is there an opportunity to also receive some interest earnings on those balances as well?
Okay. Okay, I understand now. Now I'll ask more questions about that later. But my last question, and I'm going to yield the floor, is about our charter school payments. You said they went up 6.3 million this year. How was that so?
The enrollments in charters increased, as well as the basic tuition rate for the charters. And what exacerbated it a little more in the prior year, we were able to recoup, I think, about $3 million in prior overpayments. But charter enrollments and the tuition rates just keep going up.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Okay, thank you again. I'll yield the floor.
Okay, we were scheduled to have a half an hour short meeting. Is there any other questions? Because if not, I'd really like to turn it over to the Student Achievement Chair, Dr. Evans, after any other comments that the superintendent would like to make.
Just very briefly, I want to certainly thank this team that presented, but I also want to thank our own team. When I hear the team that presented sharing how hard Jim and our finance and budget team worked to make sure that they were able to have this presentation tonight, I certainly think kudos are in order for the team. Thank you all.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you, CFO Barnes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, that concludes the Finance and Operations Committee meeting. I now turn it over to Dr. Kathy Evans, Chair of Student Achievement. Sorry we took up some of your time.
No problem. Thank you. We're all in this together. I never thought I would be in a position to oversee all these dollars. $200 billion and et cetera. So nevertheless, good evening. So as we dive into the 22-23 school year, we all recognize that there's still learning loss, as well as social, emotional, and mental health among our children. Some students, more than others, have increased learning loss than others. So to combat the learning loss throughout this year and beyond, we're going to be looking at data more readily to see what our children are doing and see what interventions we're putting in place to increase increase their learning. So the conversation never stops. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to our own superintendent, Dr. Tanya Williams, as she introduced our presenter.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Dr. Evans Brown. We're going to hear from Chief Botticelli tonight. I think we all recognize, as you shared, that there certainly has been an impact on instruction, social emotional learning, and wellness for our children, as well as achievement. And so I think it's important for us to just recognize and keep in mind that our students, families, educators, staff, administrators, and all of you are all now immersed in the hard work of building back better tomorrows, which are going to ensure increased opportunities and achievement. And so with that being said, I'm going to turn things over to Chief Botticelli as she talked about where our children landed from the test scores last year and how we will be moving to the next level.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Williams. So as she shared, I'm going to be talking a little bit about our state assessment data for mathematics and EL grades 3 to 8. And I do apologize, I reordered 1 or 2 slides, so bear with me as I out of order. So if you can go to the next slide, please, Evan. So I'm going to start out by referencing our superintendent's 5 goals, which are part of the strategic plan. We're going to be focused tonight on the first 2 goals, eliminating achievement and opportunity gaps, and providing access to educational excellence. Excuse me. So I'll be talking a little bit about our 21-22 state assessment data, again, for grades 3 to 8 in ELA and mathematics. Next slide, please. So here's our overall data broken out by subject area. As you can see, we experienced a 5.6 percentage point drop in mathematics and a 0.5 or half point percentage point drop in ELA. So that one was relatively stable. I'd like to provide a little context. As you know, the 2022 tests were taken on the heels of the pandemic. We used 2018 and 2019 data for comparison purposes because there were no state scores for 2020, and BPS had limited numbers of student results for 2020. We don't know yet how other districts in New York State performed, with the exception of New York City, which saw a slightly larger percentage point drop in math and a slight gain overall in ELA. These percentage point drops are similar to what we've been seeing across the nation over the past couple of years. In 2021, the NWEA national trends showed a drop in ELA and a precipitous drop in math percentile scores. Historically marginalized populations and economically disadvantaged students showed the greatest decline relative to their peers. Then in 2022, the National Assessment of Educational Progress, or NAEP, the data for the 9-year-olds showed a 5-point drop in reading scores and a 7-point drop in math scores from the 2020 test. So as you can see, our results fall into a somewhat similar pattern for what's been happening nationally over the past couple of years. Next slide, please. This is our mathematics data, again broken out by grade level. So we did see an overall 5.6 percentage point drop, and different grade levels experienced a different percentage point drop. But in all, every grade level did show a decline. Next slide, please. This is our English language arts data broken out by grade level. While the early grades did show a decline, you can see that grades 6, 7, and 8 showed increases this year, especially grade 6. Next slide, please. Again, I think context can help to interpret that data. Please consider that students in grades 3 to 5 experienced both remote and hybrid learning during a time when they were solidifying their foundational skills. Many students in this cohort actually might have been taking the state assessment for the very first time. So you can see I've just broken out, if you were in grade 1 in 2019-20, the first year of the pandemic, you took the grade 3 assessment last year. So your foundational skills development would probably have been impacted over the previous 2 years because of the nature of instruction. Next slide, please. This is our math data disaggregated by race and ethnicity. Every group saw a decline, though the opportunity and achievement gap is still quite large. This is our ELA data disaggregated again by race and ethnicity. The percentage point decline here was less noticeable than most groups. Next slide, please. These are our results for students with disabilities in mathematics and English language arts. And this is the same data broken out by English language learners. There was a slight percentage point gain in ELA. So obviously we have a lot to do, and I want to talk a little bit about some of the steps that we have taken and are taking currently. So prior to the pandemic, I think we know that we had adopted Step Up to Writing and had a huge initiative to improve writing across all content areas. And we have started to see gains on state assessments, most likely in connection to that work. We had also started our letters training, the language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling, which was initially grades K to 3 and now has expanded to grade 4 and to ENL teachers. We had adopted Lexia as a literacy intervention, grades K to 12. We added MobiMax in 2018-19. In 2019-20, we added Zern, basically right before the pandemic struck. So Zern works with the math modules in conjunction and really helps reinforce the skills with short video clips and then practice opportunities and testing. We had added ELA modules in grades 5 through 6 in 2019-20. Then in 2020-21, we added Haggerty. This works with, this supports students' phonemic awareness development. So we had added that in grades K to 2 during the pandemic. At this time in 2020-21, all of our letter-spaced phonics lessons were available for grades K to 1. And we started numbers training that year. That supports our mathematics instruction at the elementary levels. In 2021-22, we began our Orton-Gillingham professional development. We purchased additional math manipulatives to support classrooms. We initiated the Gates Effective Implementation Cohort to support grade 6 teachers. We partnered with Damon and Juville to support our autistic classrooms. We implemented iStation Espanol to support our bilingual program. We implemented Lexia English to support our ENL learners. And we purchased Raising a Reader for pre-K. That's a program that supports literacy in the home. This year, we added Raising a Reader to kindergarten. As you know, we adopted a student success plan to keep us on track and focused on where we need to go. We added Haggerty to pre-K. We started morphology training recently. We replaced the Journeys writing lessons in the program with Step Up to Writing lessons so they're more explicit. We purchased additional decodables for teachers to practice with students in K to 2. We added First in Math, which is a fluency intervention. This year, we will be going to all modules in grade 6. We added Rising Voices classroom libraries. We added Calming Corners and sensory kits to support our special education. Next slide, please. I want to give a little more context. I think our DIBELS results may help illustrate how all of this work that we're doing can impact student achievement. So if you remember, DIBELS stands for Dynamic Indicators of Basic Early Literacy Skills, and it measures foundational skills in literacy. The colored arrows show the progression of particular cohorts through the grade levels over the past few years. So if you start by looking at kindergarten in 2020-21, that class ended the year at 22% proficiency. So that was right at the second year of the pandemic. When they were in first, they ended the year at 35% proficiency. And this year, they started the year at 29% proficiency, which is just below where the previous classes had ended the year in 2021. If you look at our first graders in 2020-21, they ended the year at 32% proficiency in DIBELS. By second grade, they ended the year at 35% proficiency. And then the next year, in third, they started this year at 33% proficiency, which is actually higher than other classes that ended the year for that grade level. If you look at our second graders in 2020-21, they ended the year at 34% proficiency. By third grade, they were at 40% proficiency for the end of the year. And in fourth grade this year, they started the year at 39% proficiency, which is actually 10% higher than the 2020-21 cohort ended the year. So we are beginning to see the results of the work that we've been putting in, the programs we've adopted, the training we've provided. It's slow, but steady, and we are hopeful that we will continue to see gains. Next slide, please. Admir, can you go to the next slide? This is a quick snapshot from our electronic coaching tool data. So as you know, we've established instructional priorities for literacy across the content areas and mathematics. The green that you see means that we did see evidence of the priority that we were looking for. When you see red, it means that we did not see sufficient evidence. So differentiation remains a key target for us this year. We'll be providing training to teachers, working with principals, and developing strategies for teachers to better differentiate during class time. And two other areas that we wanted to work on were increasing writing opportunities during class time and making sure students had opportunities to discuss the mathematics, to explain their thinking, how they chose particular strategies, why they came up with certain solutions, and to critique the thinking of others so that they can have mathematics dialogues. Because we know that students that can talk about and explain the math really understand. So again, we'll be continuing to provide supports throughout the school year, and we'll plan to keep you updated as to our progress. Thank you. I can take any questions.
Thank you so much, Anne, for a robust, thorough discussion of where our kids lie, and we still have work to do. Are there any questions from any board members at this time? Sharon, Belton, Cotman, did I see your hand up?
Well, I took it down, but I do have one question that I think I'd like to answer, see at least someone give me an answer for. As I'm cleaning off my desk, going through these files over the years, I ran across something that was called a passport to my success. And there were two of them. One was, I think, given to high school students, and the other was given to all students. How do we move students to the next level? In other words, do we involve the parent piece? How in other words, I have grandchildren in the district. How are their parents informed where a child is and where a child needs to go, where the child is going, and do we do individual assistance, individualized plans to help children get to the next level? Because this passport is very interesting because it sort of outlines things that need to be done in order to get to the next level. So I'm just wondering, how do we do that? How do we incorporate the parents? How does the principals is it data driven or what? I'm just trying to understand this, because if we reflect on what the goals are that were put together for us or for the superintendent in our last meeting, how do we ensure that these things are going to happen? Is on an individual basis and a collective basis, I guess, is what my question is.
Well, I think we need to stay on top of the data. So administrative teams are actually going into classrooms on a regular basis, and they're looking to see that certain things are being implemented. So that last slide that you were looking at shows our priorities broken out by the percentage that showed full implementation versus those that might need some support. So that is one of our key ways to make sure that what we expect to be happening is actually happening. And when it's not, we need to provide support so that the expectations can be met in each classroom. So for example, we know how important it is to have solid foundational skills being implemented in all of our classrooms so that students become effective readers and writers. So foundational skills is one of our reading priorities. So when principals go into classrooms, they're looking to see that instruction is explicit, systematic, and sequential. We do a lot of training about what that looks like, what that means, and we provide a lot of resources to our staff to make sure that they are able to deliver that. So Letters has laid that foundation for our elementary teachers, and Orton Gillingham is taking it to the next level. So we've trained a large percentage of our K-8 special education teachers, I believe almost all of our reading and literacy coaches, and we're about to start training our kindergarten teachers. So not only will Orton provide an intervention for students who might be struggling to learn to decode, but by using it in kindergarten, we're starting off the bat with all students making sure they have that solid foundation. So that's one of our ultimate goals, is the foundational skills are solidified as early as possible so that when they hit that complex text in 4th grade with the multisyllabic vocabulary and the more complex sentence structures, deeper content knowledge, that they're able to access that text and continue to grow in their reading skill. So one of the key things for us is getting into classrooms and monitoring what's taking place and ensuring that we provide the support that teachers need so they can be successful and students can be successful.
Okay, so what is the parent's role in this?
Well, we started the Raising a Reader initiative with pre-K and K this year. So students will be bringing home backpacks of books, and we want to work with parents to provide them with strategies to use to support reading in the home. So that is our foundational beginning in pre-K and K. So not only will it help students feel more motivated and engaged, but it'll bring parents into the literacy conversation. So we're talking about ways to roll that training out with parents. We're looking at community school opportunities, Title I nights, pre-K nights, that type of thing, because we want to hook the students while they're young and make sure parents have the skill set they need to support the instruction. So it works on teaching parents how to ask questions about books, how to make sure your student is understanding what they're reading, and how they develop that love of literature because they're with you and they're experiencing that connectedness with an adult while they read, so they take away that feeling. Then we need to share the data with our families. So Dibbles, for example, you can run a report for any parent and they can see how their student is performing. And they can see the progress because we administer that test 3 times a year. So we do it once in the beginning of the year. So Dibbles just closed about the end of September or so. Then we'll administer it again mid-year, and then one more time at the end of the year. So you can actually see the growth a student is making in terms of their foundational skills.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Now, here's my question to you. What happens when the parents can't read?
So that's where I was going to go. I think the information that Ann has shared is good. You know, it's great. It's things that we're all doing, but certainly we've got 6 parent Congress groups. We've got our Buffalo PTA group, and they all have constituencies. We've got parent centers that have opened back up. And so, you know, what we will be able to do is take a look at, by grade level, how we can, you know, provide the supports that are needed. So what Ann is talking about is good. It's one piece. I'm looking at this last page of the PowerPoint, and what I see, you know, as certainly an area we have to strengthen is differentiation happening in the classroom. We know our students are at different levels, but when I look at it for math and for ELA, it appears that that's an area that, you know, we have to beef up and strengthen. But there's other data too. So we look at our attendance data. And so I just today sent something to Dr. Brown on looking for plans, because you can't learn until you're in school. And for our little learners, which is where we really saw the learning loss, that usually is not necessarily a student issue. There's something, you know, students don't just get up and get themselves ready into a bus stop. So we know we've got work to do with some of our elementary schools that are experiencing high rates of absenteeism at this point. We're into the 5th week of school now. So Ann has also created by grade level what students should be able to do. So entering kindergarten, entering first graders, what should they be able to do as a guide? And it's very comprehensive. You know, it's very easy for parents to read and understand. But the next step is working with Dr. Reynolds and her team to make sure that we are holding some parent academies. We've got Saturday academies. There has to be a piece where we are addressing for parents what it is, because all of our parents want better for their children. They all want their children to be successful, whether they can read and do the math, or if they can't, their hopes and dreams are wrapped up in their children. So we have to then have some of that time allocated to sitting with small groups of parents and going over with them how they can support their students getting to the next level. And so we will be doing that. We'll be working with our parents, you know, to provide almost instruction, you know, and as principals, sometimes the principals, when they have parent-teacher conferences, you know, one of the best practices is allowing their students to talk to the parents about what their data looks like, and having parents sit at the desk and try to work on a problem and understand how to get to results. So there are lots of best practices for us to begin working with our parents to help ensure that they are able to support their children moving to the next level. And we'll be doing that.
Thank you. I really am a big supporter of individual education plans. I really am. My sons were involved in the Campus West experience as well as the Olmsted experience. And one thing that was clear, we knew where each child was and what they were trying to do to go to the next level. And I just understand how important that is, particularly in our children who need the most resources, which I'm not quite sure, but my understanding is that the ARP Fund specifically carved out the children with the greatest needs. Okay, it's specifically allowed for money for the 25 percentile that is not moving to the next level. And I'd like to see what we're doing in that area in the future, because in order to get these children where they need to be, we need parent engagement. And if it can't be the mother, then maybe it can be an aunt or a cousin or someone, but we can't do this alone. We need to make sure that this learning is happening outside of our building. So thank you for the efforts you're doing. Chief Betticelli, always thank you for your work with, that you and your staff are doing in this area. I am somewhat, I won't say pleased, but I'm grateful that the numbers are where they are and not worse than that. So thank you. I would like to see, however, the Dibbles report in a future board meeting. If we're talking about the board setting, not a board meeting, but a committee meeting, if we're setting the priority is that the board is going to start looking at more of the data of the district so that we can send the message from the top down that we are monitoring and supporting the superintendent in moving this needle. We need to, at all of our committees, spend more time focused in on the academic piece first and foremost. So I appreciate you, Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown, for using your committee to move children to the next level academically. I thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And you know, research shows consistently that parent involvement is critical. And kids who have their parents involved in their academics, whether they can read or not, because my mother, all she did was say, "Did you get your homework done?" And we looked in her face and we knew we had to get it done, right? So the point is, it's important that parents step up. We all got to step up. Like, you know, Belton Cotman just said, we can't do it alone. We need all of you to help us, to help your child. I saw the next hand in the City Hall. I believe that is, okay, so one at a time, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown. You touched upon it, but I was just wondering if you could just speak a little bit more to differentiation in the classroom, because what I'm hearing from teachers is that the children are all over the board within an individual classroom. And while this data has been aggregated, and it's great to look by various subgroups and categories and grade, in the individual classrooms, teachers tell me they're struggling because kids are along a wide range of abilities at this point.
I would agree. So most of our classrooms are heterogeneous, so you have students at multi-levels. We do work with teachers so they can scaffold instruction, which is, if you picture like a bike with training wheels, you give them a support so they can access the ability to ride the bike, and then as soon as they start to become proficient, you remove that scaffold, right? So you remove the training wheels. So what we're doing with students in the classroom then is providing similar supports. So you might have to work with some students with sentence starters until they become a little more proficient with language. You might have to provide graphic organizers for some students. So that's the type of thing we want teachers to be using with students individually. So not every student would get the scaffold, only the ones that needed particular scaffolds. And then we also have a number of individualized programs that diagnose where a student stands and can prescribe specific activities to support them. Lexia would do something like that. Moby Max has that capacity. IXL in the upper grades, same concept. So you can work with a small group of students to target a particular skill and know that other students are doing something that is individualized for them through that diagnostic capacity. So we're trying to find different ways to almost free teachers up so they can work in those small groups as well. Because during a small group, we would expect that teachers can pre-teach certain skills or vocabulary to students who might not be familiar with it, so they have access to the lesson when it comes time. We want them to reinforce skills for kids that need that extra practice. And we also want them to reteach in a different way if a student's not understanding the concept the first time. So in order to give them that opportunity to do that small group instruction that is so pivotal, we've provided additional resources like the computer-based diagnostic programs and things like decodable books that students can access independently and continue to read connected text. But a lot of that takes intense planning. It takes really good time management skills, and it takes support. So we know that we need to train teachers how to do that and provide them with modeling so that they can see what it looks like in action, and give them the space to experiment and get there. But hopefully we provided enough resources to provide that.
Thank you. And just, I know that Ms. Cotman mentioned mothers, grandmothers, and aunts, but I would also like to say that, you know, fathers, uncles, and grandfathers can help as well. We want to make sure that we're all part of this. And at that point, I will cede the floor to Mr. Scott.
Thank you, President Petrucci.
May I just add for 1 second also that I think for the first time in a long time that we have our student success plan And included within that plan, I believe we have instruction on social emotional learning, which is very, very important also and supports differentiation. And, you know, most importantly, we have our CLRI work that is infused in it and helping to make the learning meaningful and engaging for the students, because we know when the learning is relevant and the instruction is relevant, that the kids are more likely to be able to really internalize and hold on to what it is they've learned and be able to demonstrate it when they are taking these high stakes tests. So I just want to make sure we don't forget about CLRI, which is a part of the student success plan, and our social emotional learning pieces.
Thank you.
So, yes, thank you, Dr. Evans-Brown. So I applaud us being open up front and transparent with this data. I'm of course concerned because as we've seen just recently with our suspension data, where we are being very transparent and up to date with our suspensions, when there's no comparison, there's no context, people see that number and they run with it. And so I'm concerned that we're coming out with this and we don't have anything to compare it to. And you mentioned, or Ms. Botticelli, you mentioned that New York City, we know that New York City has had a even greater decrease in math performance. And then for ELA, up slightly. So we don't have state data, we don't have county, we don't have charters. So I just need to put this out there because we know that people take numbers, they misinterpret them. They use data, especially against urban schools, as a weapon. In 2019, just to give some context, this isn't up to date, but for Erie County, 39% were proficient in ELA, 41% were proficient in math. For Buffalo Charters, 32% proficient in ELA, 31% proficient in math. And I expect, just like we've seen with suspensions, with attendance during the pandemic, BPS and our kids in our schools weren't the only ones that were impacted by COVID. We know that. And I expect that when all of the data is released, we're probably going to see either for the county, at the state, county, and for charters, we're also going to see a drop that's somewhat comparable, if not comparable, to what we are seeing.
The Big Five are our typical comparison point, and we don't know how that has played out for them. But my colleague is here, and I know she wants to speak to this a little bit. So I do have to first thank everyone for inviting us to have this conversation, because I think it's really important, not just to be transparent, but to talk about what we're doing in classrooms and the wonderful work that is taking place to continue to move the needle. And I also want to thank OSA, because they put together those beautiful green and blue slides for me, and they have helped me to really contextualize what's going on. So I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Bullock for a moment.
And if you could also answer if you have any idea when the state is going to release everything publicly.
So the state is getting incredible pressure from everyone to release the data publicly, but they have not, in fact, given us a date. We get it in August, early September-ish. They keep pushing it back. Right now, we have a soft date somewhere around, saying maybe perhaps November-ish. But they are not giving us a firm date. I did reach out to my colleagues in the Big Five, and I just said, hey, can you just, if you float me yours, I'll float yours. And it was a no can do. And there, many districts, I believe, are looking at similar numbers. Again, as we said with NWA Math, there is a national trend that most children dipped with math due to the pandemic. Being home, many of our parents may struggle with math concepts. And so, but what parents can do is they can read with kids. They can talk to kids about feelings and discuss current events through, print media or watching shows together. So that's just my personal belief about why our kids sort of held study, if not went up a few points here or there in reading, and we're seeing that trend nationally. And again, I suspect when I look at our Big Five colleagues, we're going to see that similarly. But to answer very clearly, the state is being very skittish about releasing all of the data, because I believe it looks the same across the state.
And don't take this the wrong way, but we're permitted to release it on our own if we.
Districts could choose to.
We could choose to. At this point, there was a time we weren't able to put this.
And at this point, we're probably the only district that's doing this publicly right now.
In New York.
In New York.
I do have friends who said they're having internal discussions, they're using the data to drive instruction, to beef up their support, similar to what we're doing. But I have not seen any of them, and I have my team members, every hour or so, get out there and look what's out there. Call your friends in other districts in similar positions, and I don't see that any district is publicly saying, hey, come look at our data.
So with the discouraging math performance, I did see, though, that third grade scored the highest compared to other grade levels. So
we do
just trying to find some.
Yeah, we have some price, but sixth grade
in English.
Sixth grade is, did very well in English.
Yeah.
Considerably.
So one other question I have with the DIBELS results. When you're comparing students within a grade level, it's its own norm. So first grade has
first grade. Well, I did it sort of an odd comparison because I wouldn't normally run it this way, but I just wanted you to see that we were making progress over the years. But when you look at the grade level itself, is that what you mean? So,
well,
are you because you're comparing different cohorts of kids year after year in first, and then the tests change in second and they change in third.
But is there a national norm that we're?
Yeah.
So when take the first grade students, when you come up with those results, they're compared to a first grade national norm. Then when you have the second grade students, they're compared to a second grade national norm. So I mention that because it's important to note, if that's the case, these scores that are in red here, in some ways, there's even more growth that's not reflected in these numbers, because they're now, from last year, they were compared to a grade before that they were in, they're now compared to a grade level.
Well, they have years worth of data for those. So they have thousands and thousands of data points to form that we're at 40% to start the year.
But let's say this third grade here, if you were to use second grade norms.
You couldn't compare the two grade levels because the tests are different.
Okay.
You can compare it throughout the course of the year. So the test doesn't get more difficult. The cut point just changes during the course of the year.
Right. So I'm just, you can't actually do it, but I think people don't see that because you're now being compared to a higher grade level norm to start the year.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? There's more growth in there.
End of year is not comparable to your beginning of year.
Right.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I just showed the beginning of year because it's the most recent data we have. And I wanted people to see that our beginning of year data is higher in some cases than the end of year for previous cohorts. So it means that group of students, even though they've moved to a new grade level, they are clearly making progress as readers.
Thank you. That's all from me.
Okay, the next hand I saw, thank you so much, was Paulette, and then followed by Terrence.
Okay, first I want to commend the superintendent for her courageousness and her commitment to being transparent. You being willing to tell where the children are and present our data is more courageous than the rest of New York State. You are a leader, and I thank you for that. The other thing, Madam Superintendent, I want to thank you for is your commitment in your goals to closing the gap. So my question is, looking at the grade 3 to 8 math scores broken down by ethnic groups. The Black African Americans and Hispanics are at 7.5 and 7.4 proficiency. That kind of broke my heart. But then when I looked at the last group and it says, though everybody's dropping and losing, white students are at 34%. That's like almost 5 times higher. So my question is simply, what specifically are we going to do to target closing the gap? And I don't know, African American little kids, they know how to count money. Can we put some financial something that will catch their eye? Because I don't know exactly how we can differentiate and throw something in there to get their interest. Maybe count coins, but I'd like to know what can we do to close that gap?
Yeah.
So a lot of the work we're doing involves training to make sure our teachers know how to instruct students. So when you go to school to become a teacher in elementary, you aren't necessarily specializing in mathematics. So for example, the effective cohort work that we're doing with grade 6 is because we identified a gap, and we know that the curriculum gets much more difficult between 5th and 6th grade, but the content area certification doesn't start till 7th. So we know 6th grade is a gap for us, so we're concentrating a lot of our time and effort there to support teachers so they can support students. Again, we're doing numbers training with all of our grade levels at the elementary to continue to solidify that mathematics. We hope to see the kind of results we're seeing because we did letters with literacy. So numbers is sort of the parallel for mathematics, and we know we've built a really solid foundation through letters. We want to see a similar foundation formed through the numbers training that we're providing. We continue to find manipulatives and work with teachers on individualizing instruction. So Moby Max provides that diagnostic capability and also targets specific lessons for each student based on their data. So a lot of the efforts we're making, we hope to see gains over the next couple of years. Small group instruction will continue to be really important, especially in mathematics. We have RTI to support our students. At that point, they do walk to a homogeneous group, so they get specific instruction targeted to their needs. We'll continue to offer after-school opportunities as well as summer opportunities to gain. Mathematics, obviously, across the nation has been a concern during the pandemic, but we will continue to find any means possible to support the students, support the teachers, so they can support the students.
And I think that some of it, begins to hinge on beliefs that our teachers have, but more than that, beliefs that our children begin to have in themselves, that they certainly are capable and able to do mathematics. And so there's a piece, specifically with CRLI in helping teachers to instill that kind of confidence in our students that they are able to do mathematics. The parent piece, this is certainly an area where we are able to work with parents to be able to help their children in this area. That's going to be very important. And I loved hearing Ann speak about small group instruction. That's where that differentiation piece really comes into play. And I know as we're going out into buildings and going into classrooms and drilling down from schools to classrooms to individual students, where they are and specifically what it is they need, then we can begin targeting students who need to be a part of ELT. And certainly we want them to get the cultural enrichment piece, but they also have to get that academic piece. And so we'll be able to target and work with parents to make sure that their children are part of these extended learning time opportunities that we offer.
Dr. Williams, if I could also add, Another layer of training that we're giving to our teachers and our leaders and our parents, and even our students in some schools, is data training. So this board, this superintendent is very interested in making sure that DDI is well established throughout our district. So partnering with Ann and partnering with Dr. Morrell and OSA is now having a resurgence of school leaders saying, hey, come back and teach my teachers how to drill down, because we think we know what drill down means, but I have a bunch of new teachers and they have no idea. So we're also, besides supporting with that content and that skill knowledge, we're also giving school teams that data training. Laura Samolsky-Peters has done some data training even with Dr. Ramona and parents. And I do know there's one or two schools, I can float you the names when I look at my notes back at the lab. They're even engaging their students. And so we know that when we engage our whole community in looking at data, when you have your students, your parents, your teachers, and your leaders looking at data, they own the data, and now you have the whole community saying, I know what it means if my child is a 3 today, and I know what it means to get them to a 4. And so I think we don't always talk about that, but I think that's sort of an innovation that BPS is really going to be put on the map with. We're making sure our entire system is trained in great data practices, and that we are therefore not afraid to show our data, because we can speak to it and we can talk about what we need to do to grow our learners.
Thank you for that. Terrence, you're next.
Thank you, Chairwoman Evans Brown, and thank you for a great presentation. And I'd like to say that Paulette Woods took the words right out of my mouth, and I was going to say thank you for the transparency, Dr. Williams, and what this district is showing. I know it opens the gates for a lot of adverse type conversations and opinions, but you know, this district now moved in the direction that, you know, we're letting people know exactly, you know, where we stand, where we at, and you know, also the works that we're putting together to combat, you know, some of these situations that the district has faced. And I like to say that all districts are facing the exact same type of things, you know, across the state and across the country. So know that you're doing your best, and you have a great staff that's working extremely hard to try to identify, you know, issues and see what we can do to work to bring better education to our children. And we're all just build a better district. We're in that building process right now, and I love being part of it. So thank you. Quickly, I'm not going to hold too long, but I know I was looking at the page that you presented, Mr. Botticelli, on what we're doing for enhancing achievement. And I know that we're doing so much for enhancing achievement that you couldn't put everything on that page. And I know that we have other partners, like collegiate partners. You had Damon College and Canisius, but I know that we have other colleges like Medaille. Hilbert has a very extensive program that's working with the district. And we have Buff State, Villa, University of Norfolk Workforce Corridor, building relationships and partnerships to help build our schools. So I know the best things have yet to come, and I know you can fit everything on there. I did have a conversation. I received a phone call the other day from a parent from the Kenton School District, and also had 2 other parents that was in the Amherst School District. And they were on the phone bragging about the parent portal at Infinite Campus. And they called one of their relatives and another lady, so it was ended up being a group call, and wanted to know how come the city of Buffalo doesn't have it. And I explained to them that we do have a parent portal. Took them to the website, and the parent from Buffalo didn't understand or know too much about the parent portal or how to use Infinite Campus or log on to check her child's work. She had 2 children here in the district, and to take over their work. And I explained to them that we have workshops on it, and our district really pushed this, you know, every year so that the parents can have this ability. But what I'm seeing is that our parents don't know, don't understand, or something, or may not, have the abilities to log on and check their children's work, what they're doing, what assignments they have, what's being handed in, are they attending school, and the grades, and any comments they make to them. And it's a very, very great tool and very sensitive tool to have. But I don't think that our parents are really getting the full understanding of what it is and how can we illustrate this, or how can they use this in day-to-day work to understand what their child are going through or what their child expectations are in school. So is there a way, while we was talking about transparency, to find out how many parents are actually logging on to the parent portal, and also checking with Infinite Campus? I know we have Go Mobile, that you can use the app and you can check it right on your phone. And and I mean, it's just it's troubling that parents, to this date, and it's 5-6 weeks in, that they still haven't logged on and checked their child progress. And I know you mentioned earlier about having parent teacher conferences, which I believe they're more accustomed to throughout the years, because that was our standard, when we meet the teacher. And we have some teachers that call home, or some teachers that, may wait to see the parent, whether it's a parent conference or whether it's a disciplinary action or something like that, and then lay all this information on the parent at one time about what their child's doing. And the reaction of the parent normally is being very frustrated and very complacent, not complacent, but complaining, because they ask, how come the teacher didn't tell us this before, that their child was doing this or acting like this, to the point to where a suspension or intervention had to happen. So is there a way that we can find out the percentage of the parents that's actually logging on and working with their children, to the district?
I think we have those numbers about the number of parents that have enrolled in Parent Portal. I don't have them at my fingertips, but IT can provide that. And I know one of the goals.
We do have that. We have a new IT chief, fairly new, Ms. Shalino. And actually, she is the person in Kenton that did it for some time, making sure that parents had that information. And she's just texted to let me know that we absolutely do have data with the board. As I shared a little bit earlier, I plan to do some parent tours starting at the end of the month, where myself and some staff will be going out to churches, community centers, schools in the evening on Saturday, to meet with parents, to talk about just what you're sharing, and going step by step with them on how they can access that information and data, because it's important information for them to have.
Right,
So,
that's great on your behalf. But I'm thinking also maybe advertise, in our local papers or radio, to log on to the parent portal, reach out to your teachers or the ASLs of the schools or the principal, to find out, what you need to do to log on. So you said we do have a number that we can go by to show how many parents are actually logged on or continue to log on daily basis or weekly basis?
we do have that data.
Okay. If you can share that with the board, that'd be great. And I just really want to make sure, it was really like, it was touching that, we had a parent here in our district, they didn't know anything about it. But I did connect them with the principal of the school and did with them to get a logged on.
Okay. Thank you, parents.
Thank you.
Jen, it looks like you're up. I see your hand.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. So my question is around, my question is around the teaching strategies in order to make sure that we're addressing folks, the resources that were available. I, for one, know that with in his situation at Waterfront with an IEP, that there's been great strides, including adding a fourth classroom to a grade. There's ICT teachers readily available. But with all of the different strategies that you're implementing for teachers to be able to deal with different levels in their classroom, as well as time management and all of the things that are put on them to deal with the different levels of learning that we have in our students, what is our strategy to make sure that all schools, because I do know from many, talking to community, that I feel some schools do have more resources, they're able to be able to have those ICT teachers in place in order to bring some relief to teachers. I know that we have teacher shortages and teacher aid shortages, but considering that, the strategies are great, but in order for those to really be implemented in a way across the board, that we're going to need more of these supports in the form of an extra person in the room to be able to deal with this. So I'm just wondering if this adding maybe another, in my son's school in particular, there were 3 7th grade classes. Now there's a 7-4. And one of those classes, are kind of geared toward a certain learning group. So I'm just wondering if that's the strategy across the district, if this is done by individual schools, because this is what that school is asking and needing. How do we assess, with all that we're expecting that you laid out for teachers to be able to do if they have these different levels of learning in the class, how do we assess who needs what, other than the SBMT teams? What do we do as a district other than relying on that information to make sure that schools are equipped with plentiful ICT teachers? Maybe best practices and adding extra classes. I just, I'm concerned because the IEPs, I agree with Board Member Kottman. Those are actually a fantastic way to be able to monitor a student's growth. It's been so essential in my son and how he's grown from pre-K when it started, because it was made aware by the teacher, because my son couldn't do no wrong, but the teacher let me know some things needed to be addressed. Didn't make me a bad parent, but it made me realize that I wasn't looking into some of the things that I didn't see were things that were, not milestone corrected. Mm-hmm. So again, I believe in those, but those include supports. Without his ICT teacher, he probably wouldn't be at the level he is now. So I guess all of that is to say, it's great strategies, all that's laid out, but do we have all the resources? Do we have strategies to bring more people in, considering that we're in a shortage for these supports as far as like bodies in the classroom? And I'm talking like qualified people.
So we do have a shortage, so we would not necessarily be able to provide a second teacher in a gen ed room. ICT is because students in that classroom have specific needs that have been identified, and the support is mandated by their IEP. We do have teacher aides and assistants that support many classrooms, and we do have reading teachers and support math teachers in schools that also push in and pull out to support students. So there's different uses of personnel at every building, but they all have a reading teacher, they all have a literacy coach, many of them have support math teachers, some have more than one reading teacher, so those personnel can also provide the support that you're talking about from an ICT.
I mean, I know, and this is what I'm saying, I commend our district for knowing that we need all this, for listening, because we've been, talking about reading teachers and, the coaches and the counselors and the whole nine, and we're now starting to see, even in a shortage, we're starting to see the real growth in our efforts to make that real. So I do want to commend and applaud that. My thing is knowing with what we have now, is it enough to go and express how much resources and how our strategies are so, what we're trying to do we have enough to actually do that? If we're being as transparent as we are around the strategies, are we equipped to be able to do all of the things and still expect teachers to be at 100% with knowing they have to do time management, deal with different levels of learning in the classroom, having small groups, having them, to take these trainings to do the data. All of these things are great things, but then you have one teacher. So I'm just wondering if we're weighing the capacity with all that we're expecting the teacher to do in order for our students to succeed.
So when we have that we have to acknowledge is that we cannot do it all. So, activating strategic partners are going to become more and more important. So we just developed a partnership that I'm very proud of with WASED. And so the science, the math, the technology piece, we're able to work with them. We're working with the Northland Corridor. It's hands-on learning. Say Yes is another strategic partner. Later on tonight, we'll hear from Patty Stephen with, the Buffalo prep program. So I think it's going to become increasingly more important that we're more strategic and targeted with our partners and looking for outcomes. So we talked about in my evaluating our partnerships to make sure that we're moving to the next level with our children and that we're getting some outcomes.
I really appreciate that answer. It is and from me as a parent and a grandparent, I see the successes. I am personally attributing to successes. But then as this conversation went forward, my phone started blowing up with these questions, and I wanted people to know. And I believe that is the best answer, is that, it's not like we're building the plane while we're flying it, but the strategies are aligning with the partnerships. The partnerships are becoming real, and we're targeting exactly all of the, the stressors that could be taken on by the teachers who are put, in these positions to do the right thing, and they want to, but can they, I guess is what people are saying. So thank you very much for that. And I'm going to add, it's not redundancy. It's not me repeating or trying to copy what someone else says. It's literally the absolute truth. And I want for anybody who is listening to this right now to take away from this that Buffalo, we have been trying to defend ourselves for so long against some of this rhetoric of how we're never going to change and all of this. We've been changing. The proof is in the pudding. The data is there. And I just applaud all of us. I applaud the board members that continue to bring it up, and board member Scott, who was drilled down to absolute specificity on what people should realize. We are the second largest district in this state. And for us to be the only district that's really putting out there the good, bad, and the ugly, and the strategies of how to make it work, we're not just innovators, we're leaders. And y'all need to follow and just stop talking all the mess, because we are doing it. And Dr. Williams, I would like to say to you that I feel like you're encouraged to do what you do, and you run with that encouragement. So I want to give kudos to you, but also to this board, who is attacked on a daily basis as well. But we're encouraging you and your administration to do well, and you've stepped up. Plus, you were behind the scenes for a long time, just waiting to implement your ideas. So run with it. I'm just excited for where we're going to go.
Thank you for that, Jen.
I apologize. I failed to mention that we have a large ENL group of teachers that are also providing support. So it's not just reading teachers and support math teachers and special education teachers, but we have a large contingent of specialized ENL teachers that work with our students. You can actually go into some rooms and see a special education teacher, a gen ed teacher, and an ENL teacher supporting the kids.
So everybody who's texting me, I hope you heard all that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm good. Before Sharon takes the floor, I want to add that often we have many resources available. So my hope is that we educate the teachers about the various resources that are available to them and to their students, and I'm hoping that it comes through that compendium that Dr. Reynolds worked on for the last few weeks. Ms. Sharon Belton-Cotman, you're up. Unmute yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. When I visit schools not inside our district, I see learning happening all over the building, on the steps, on the, they have like benches out in the hall where they take the children out and give them individualized attention. And I hope that that is happening within our district, that we're utilizing steps, stairwells, that these children can understand where every place in this building our education is learning. But I also want to go back to the most recent disproportionality event that Dr. Fatima Morel and the superintendent put on with our principals. And I want to be clear that one conversation that I would like to have in every building at least once a month is the question, what barriers or what are you bringing to this building that would stop you from believing that this child deserves the same education that you want your children and your family to have? And what, and under the under CUBE, over the years, that when this conversation has come up, the data reflects that when principals, administrators have this conversation amongst their employees, that education soars. And it's a simple thing. What barriers, what implicit biases, what explicit biases, what do you bring to the table that you do not believe that this child can move to the next level? And when we have that conversation in every building in this district, we will start seeing growth like you've never seen growth, because all of us have implicit biases and we need to work on those, but we need to understand that we are our brother's keeper and that we should not have any low expectations for children, that it should be about excellence. And what can I do as a board member to help you get to the next level would be also a part of that conversation. What can I do as a superintendent? What can I do as chief academic officer? What can we do individually to get you to the point where you believe that these children can do it? Because we know when you believe it, it will happen. And I really would appreciate that conversation happening at least once a month in our buildings, because I think it's important that we ask those questions, because up until recently, I didn't necessarily feel that leadership in this district was of the nature that they believed it, only because of what came out of the mouth of the person. Okay, so now I know that we have a superintendent that believes in our children, and we just need for the adults to follow. It's no excuses. There's no excuses for children standing on the corners in the cold. There's no excuses when you see Williams or these other schools, I won't call them out, districts changing bell times to accommodate children. There are no excuses for our children not being able to take field trips, for our children to be able to do extracurricular activities. There's just no excuses. And so what are the barriers that are stopping people from doing a simple thing as changing a bell time so that our children can get to school and have a positive experience, especially when you have a superintendent who says that we will accommodate you if you can't get there within that extra half an hour. So, you know, I just want to be clear with that. And everybody, Dr. Williams, Ebony, everybody can do whatever they feel they need to do. But until we get the total buy-in, until your actions match the work that needs to be done and the actions that need to be, we're never going to get to where we need to be as a district. And what we need to know now is either you're a game player or you're not. And if you're not, then let us help you get to the next level in your life. But please agree with me that in order for our children to get to the next level, we need everyone playing in the same field. We need them and making it happen. And that's the conversation that I really would appreciate. I'm going to ask my principals when I meet with them to have that conversation with their staff. And as my district grows, and it has grown a lot since and over the past 10 years, it really has. But I think that it's a reflection on the adults that are sitting at the table and inside those classrooms. They believe that our children can do it, and I appreciate each and every one of them. But we really need to have that conversation. I really would appreciate that. Thank you.
Dr. Williams, if I may answer, I wanted to remind the board that during the August retreat, partnering again with CAI, the Office of, or the Department, the Division of Student Supports, OSA help train principals on how to have that very conversation, looking at both academic and behavioral data. So we have taught them how to use a research-based disproportionality calculation. And so we took them through a couple different scenarios. And I can't tell you how frequent it's happening, but what I can tell you is those conversations are happening. They're beginning to happen. And again, we've told them how to do it. We've given them the tools and the practice. And so very recently in the principals meetings, I've heard the ASLs underscore it. Remember, go back to your training. If you need help with that, bring Laura in. She can help you with that disproportionality calculation, again, for academics and behaviors and any kind of data set that you have, and begin to have those conversations that then can hook on to the literacy training, the numeracy training, and the social emotional training that we're beginning to dive deeply in. So we're at the beginning stages, but I'm encouraged because we do have principals calling and say, hey, this is what we found. What do we do from here?
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good to know. Thank you all for your robust conversations. I don't see any more hands. With that, Dr. Williams, we can close out the student achievement portion and move on to Board Member Larry Scott session.
Want to break or we're good?
Welcome.
Does it matter?
No, it's up to you.
It's up to you.
Cameras are here.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Evans-Brown. Our last committee and work session tonight is educational support. And just a few remarks, quick remarks before I turn it over to the superintendent. We, over the past several years, have established several initiatives to address disproportionality at some of our criterion-based schools. And last year in particular, we passed policy 7160, which is titled Inclusion at Criteria-Based Schools. And this next presentation falls within the rationale and purpose of this policy, along with other things that we are doing to help diversify some of our criteria-based schools. So just want to share some language from that policy that's important to recognize. First, Buffalo Public Schools is determined to be the most culturally and linguistically diverse of all school districts in New York State and the United States. The district's compelling interest is for all students to access these benefits of inclusive schools, regardless of where students live, their socioeconomic status, their primary language spoken at home, the experience associated with one's own race, ethnicity, and or the personal challenges that the applicant with a disability may have to overcome. So we have a presentation tonight from Buffalo Prep. But before we get to that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Williams for her remarks.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. I think that what you will hear about tonight is in true alignment with our strategic plan. Specifically, goal number 5 talks about activating and expanding our partnerships. And so tonight you'll have the opportunity to hear about one of those partnerships where we have expanded the work that we've been doing with Buffalo Prep. And it is very exciting and it is very encouraging. And so I'll introduce our own Dr. Carestes to bring forward Ms. Stephen, who is the Executive Director of Buffalo Prep.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent, and thank you, Chairman Scott. Good evening, board members, and good evening to my colleagues on the cabinet. Tonight we would like to introduce an opportunity for expanding our partnership with Buffalo Prep. BP is a one-of-a-kind institution, and it really is a one-of-a-kind strategic partnership with the district. Before we get started, I would like to recognize and thank principals who have given us some really essential and meaningful feedback in developing this partnership. Specifically, I'd like to thank Principals Cressy, Ladinsky, Kodo, and Morkecho for their valuable feedback. We'll continue to reach out to actually all of our high school principals as we develop this partnership. So if we could go ahead and load the PowerPoint. Oh, I shared it 100%. Okay, Mary is going to take care of that for us in just a second. Needs an extra 10%. And while we're waiting for him to do that, you all have that PowerPoint, I believe, in board docs and also here at the table. Let me introduce my colleague, Patty Stephen, the Executive Director of Buffalo Prep, and then we can go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Cresties. Thank you, Dr. Williams, our Chairman Scott, our Buffalo Public School Board members and faculty. We're so thrilled to be here tonight to talk about broadening and enhancing our partnership. It's a really exciting moment, and I look forward to the presentation that we're about to give you and to hear your feedback and comments on such.
Right. Okay, Admir, let us know if you've got that PowerPoint ready. We don't see it here.
His name just appeared.
All right, thank you. And if you could go to the next slide. All right, Patty, I'll turn it over to you to start.
Thank you, Dr. Cresty. So Buffalo Prep we're actually 34 years old, and our partnership with the Buffalo Public Schools has really enhanced over the last 5 years, and even more so under the leadership of Dr. Williams and Dr. Cresties. We're an after-school, evening, and summer academic program. Scholars come with us the summer after 5th grade, and we carry them through a pipeline of academic and social emotional enrichment all the way from the time they're about 10 or 11 years old through middle school, high school, college completion, vocational training, and beyond. So oftentimes our scholars are with us for 15 years plus. All of our students identify as students of color. They are academically ambitious, have really dedicated, motivated family members that are supporting them through our pipeline in partnership with us. And our programs are all designed to prepare our underrepresented students for access to and completion of higher education. With that said, I'm going to move to the next slide. Buffalo Prep started 34 years ago with 10 students. We now serve more than 650 students annually from the summer after 5th grade all the way through, as I said, post-secondary completion. We've been partnering with Buffalo Prep, Dr. Williams and Dr. Cresties to try to understand how to impact more BPS students in our pipeline of programming, how to make sure they have access and opportunity to all the services and supports that we provide above and beyond the current existing partnerships that we already have with many of your amazing high school institutions.
So over the last year, we've been discussing what's next in this partnership. We would like to broaden it and have it impact as many of our students as possible. We're particularly interested in partnering with Buffalo Prep to improve proportional representation of our students in competitive school admissions wherever it might be lacking. Next slide, please. So how would this work? We would start by identifying any school which is experiencing severe disproportionality in admissions by race or ethnicity. We have a policy, 7160, that defines this severe disproportionality as the current enrollment of a group of students at less than half the prevailing rate across the whole district. Next slide, please. So in such schools that would have severe disproportionality in admissions, when that's evident, the district would reserve a limited number of seats in certain grades for Buffalo Prep candidates. For example, we might reserve up to 5 seats in each of grades 7, 8, and 9 at that particular school.
Buffalo Prep would choose candidates based on a combination of school performance, Buffalo Prep performance, admissions test results wherever those are used, and student and caregiver interest in attending the particular school. Next slide, please.
So our robust pipeline, not only do students start with us the summer after 5th grade, but as I mentioned earlier, they stay with us all the way through their high school career. So the summers after 5th grade through 8th grade, they're in really accelerated academic rigorous programming. They come to us after school on Saturdays all summer looking for an opportunity to excel in their academics. So not only are they coming into then the Buffalo Public School high schools incredibly prepared, we provide a robust, comprehensive list of services that support their academic and social emotional achievement throughout high school. Our counselors will come into the high schools on a monthly basis to ensure that our shared scholars are academically and socially thriving. If students' grades start to go below a B, they're mandated to come to our tutorial and enrichment services. We also provide a lot of career, vocational, and extra social emotional enrichment to make sure that our students are on track and are able to show up as their whole authentic selves on a daily basis. Not only do we support the students that have gone through our preparatory programs, but we also support any other students in our partner high schools that may have gotten there without Buffalo Prep, but they need extra support and services and they meet our criteria to make sure that we're keeping that level of diversity in the high school, and we are working in partnership with the schools to meet their diversity goals. Next slide, please. So again, we work with the staff. I mentioned our counselors go in on a monthly basis. Not only are they meeting with the scholars, they're also meeting with the counselors and the head of schools to make sure if there's any barriers that are impeding our students' success, that we are working in partnership along with their families to ensure that our students have everything that they need to thrive. I think one of the most amazing components to the Buffalo Prep program are really strong parents and guardians that work in partnership with us to ensure our students' academic ambitions are achieved. And so we would be definitely leveraging on those relationships to make sure that we are building out a really strong parent guardian support pathway for our students in all of the BPS high schools. Next slide, please.
So what are our next steps? We will certainly continue receiving feedback from our principals. They've been essential to the concepts behind this proposal that you're seeing tonight. The superintendent will recommend an amendment to the district's inclusion policy for school admissions so that it will allow for partnerships and for the direct placement of students through those partnerships. You have a copy of that policy amendment in board docs, and then it will be in your board packet for next week. In the future, you will see a board item for an ESSER allocation of up to $50,000, which would be recommended to you for approval so that we can start the partnership aimed at loading this up for this current admission cycle and for launching in the 23-24 school year. So with that, we are happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Karesis and Ms. Stephen. I will start with our board members on the screen, starting with Ms. Sharon Belton-Cottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So is there an annual fee for this participation?
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you, Mrs. Steffen, for providing this information, and Dr. Karesis and for providing it. But I just, the $50,000, I'm just trying to figure out how does that work? How does that tie into things?
I could maybe start, and then Patty, if you want to add to my answer. So right now, Buffalo Prep works with several of our schools in supporting students, and there's no fee. We would like to set aside some funding for the extra things that we will be asking them to do in this partnership. We will be asking them to go into more schools, supporting more students, and then particularly the students that gain enrollment to a school. through this partnership, we'll have very specific expectations about that, and that will be included in the board item for your review. But we really would be placing greater expectations on Buffalo Prep than the existing partnership that we have, and we'd like to set aside some funds for that. Patty, you may be able to add some specifics about what that funding might go for.
Absolutely. So thank you for the opportunity to discuss this. So for us, it's really about the touch points that we have to the scholars in their day-to-day interactions at school. So we look at things like attendance, we look at grades, we look at teacher comments, we look at parent involvement. We are this comprehensive, holistic program that steps in to ensure that any type of barrier that our scholars might be facing, we're leveraging the resources that we have, the resources that the district has, and the resources that we have in our community partners. And so expanding this partnership, as we're hopefully going to do after this evening, is going to allow us to even grow and to support more scholars than we have traditionally. That's our hope and our intention. So the $50,000 would allow us to not only expand what we're doing inside the schools, but also in our enrichment and tutorial center and our college and vocational training for the students to ensure that they're on track for a pathway of success that they have identified for themselves.
Okay, so how vanilla is this program? Meaning, how difficult is it for a child to be received in here? Let me give you an example. My children are very intelligent. Okay, when we went to apply for City Honors, but they had health problems. Okay, that the attendance was not good. Okay, so it was not an issue. Okay, they could not get through, which was fine with me. They had a great educational experience, and trust me, what I know now, I'm glad they went where they went. But my concern here is that the children who if you are going to cherry pick or cream of the crop, my concern is that these children were going to be fine anyway. Okay, they have the support system in place for them. What differentiates your program from that? Because we already know that we have a group of students who we know are successful and will be successful and will make it. Okay, but the children who oftentimes have the greatest needs are the ones that are not often supported. So I just need some clarity on that, please.
Yeah, maybe I can start. Yeah, I can start by maybe answering the question this way. This is what is so unique about the partnership that we're trying to launch. It means that we're setting aside seats just for those students that you're talking about, Board Member Belkov, and the students who have the ability, have the skills, but are not quite at that point at which they might be able to easily access enrollment at a particular school. Normally, that's not because of any deficiency on their part. There's a limited number of seats, and not every student is going to be able to get in. So what we want to do is set aside seats so that as many students as possible who don't ordinarily have access will now have it.
Right, but I understand that, but what I'm clear with my question as far as the screening process, because we know from previous screening processes that in the past there have been a lot of subjective things. The teacher writes an essay or not write an essay. I'm trying to find out, because I'm familiar with this program. It's not new to me. Matter of fact, I came on the campus to when I first came on the board, to try to get more students from Buffalo Public Schools, and they were all criteria students who were selected. Okay, and so at that point, I'm just trying to figure out, what differentiates this program from, how do we make sure that these children are selected? You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about.
Sure. I'm happy to explain a little bit to you about our admissions practices and also talk about our evolution a little bit that I think might speak to the concerns that you're raising.
Thank you.
So we are targeting students that identify as academically ambitious. And so for our students, they're students that are interested in learning and growing and continuing their education for the most part. Kids that are looking for basketball or something else, they're not really necessarily coming to Buffalo Prep, but that doesn't mean we're not also supporting an athletic scholar. But for us, there's absolutely already that intrinsic desire by that scholar or that parent or guardian for them to be set on a pathway of success for their education. What we always try to do at Buffalo Prep when we're working through our admissions practices, and this is something that we interrogate continuously, we have a whole committee that looks at this, to look at our equitable practices and are we speaking to every different type of scholar's brilliance. And I want to really spend a second on what I mean by brilliance, because for us, it's not always about that kid that's an A student at a school. It's about a student who is showing up. They might have a C, they might have a D, but they are committed to their academics. They are demonstrating that in a variety of ways. So we use a very holistic admissions process where we interview the family, the student, the teachers, we look at the report card, and we have them demonstrate their brilliance for us in the way that matters to them. So it might be an artistic portfolio that they do, a rap song that they wrote, a poem that they did, an essay, their academic achievement. But we're looking for the student who really is committed to their continuous growth and want to take on a program like Prep. We're not an easy program. We are designed to take scholars to develop and nurture their inherent brilliance. And so we are there for that space. And so often our kids say to us, I was looking for my peers and people around me that would continue to elevate my game. And with that said, as far as the criteria-based schools, I think oftentimes our scholars, they very much want to attend your institutions in the Buffalo Public Schools. And so we're always looking for ways that we can help strengthen that and provide that. And even one of the things that we institute in the last couple of years is Buffalo Prep is a testing site now for the criteria-based schools, because our students are interested in gaining access to your high schools. And so this is our way of like further providing them the space and ability to continue their academic growth.
That sort of answers my question. And I'm just curious, do you know how many students you currently have with us?
I do. So there's a couple of ways to look at that, but the students that are coming to us 5th through 8th grade, about 30% of them are in the Buffalo Public Schools. And so those are students that are coming to us every summer, Saturdays and after school to further their academic enrichment. From there, we have about 28%. So it's almost 1-for-1 that are in the Buffalo Public High Schools now. So out of all the students that we serve, it's roughly just about 30% across the pipeline.
Which is what number?
We have 650,
okay.
But that's including our alumni. So I would say it's about 500 students between the summer after 5th grade through 12th grade.
Okay, and now your program requires them to come every Saturday and through the summer?
So it depends on what program they're accessing in our pipeline. 70% of our students do the entire pipeline, but it developmentally grows with the child. So the summer after 5th grade and the summer after 6th grade, scholars just come for the summer. Once they hit 7th grade, they come every Saturday so we can help support their middle school work and help give them accelerated academics. From there, they have the opportunity to apply into our really rigorous high school prep program. Those students convene every summer before 8th grade for 5 weeks. They come to classes Tuesday and Thursday nights at UB South Campus. They come to classes all day on Saturday, again at UB, and then they come the summer after 8th grade. So that 14-month program is nationally recognized. It was our inaugural program, and it's highly competitive. It's for really strong academic achievers.
Well, great. Thank you. I appreciate the work that you will be doing for us. I just look forward to seeing it grow. Thank you for your help.
Me too. Thank you so much. And I'm happy to send you a visual. We have a lot of programming at Prep, so I get it's not easy to figure it all out in one passing. I'm happy to send you a visual of the pipeline.
No, it's okay. I'm familiar with this program. Like I told you, I've been on your campus when I first got on the board and tried to move it, but it wasn't receptive. So I'm glad to see that it is now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Belton-Cottman. Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown, you have the floor.
you, Chairman Scott. I too am familiar with the program. As a matter of fact, I remember when the program started 34 years ago. We were like sister programs with the Liberty Partnerships and the STEP program and Upward Bound. So
We still partner with them today, right?
yes. So I know a number of young people who have also been successful in Buffalo Prep. So I was really excited to hear that we're expanding more with the Buffalo Prep program. So I don't have any questions. I'm so excited that more of our children will be participating in the program, and I know they will be successful. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Evans-Brown. Ms. Woods, any questions?
No, I don't have any questions at this time.
All right. Ms. McCosey, you're on. Any questions from you, Ms. McCosey?
Yes, I do have some. Thank you, Chairman Scott. So I like this program. I feel it's very beneficial. I also am concerned with, and I'm thinking I'm hitting where maybe Board Member Cotman was trying to go with this. It's very rigorous and very family oriented. And I'm looking at our equity resolution, and I'm looking at the way that our makeup is in the city of Buffalo. And I feel like so many of our students, like the students that you're saying that you're targeting, that I see that you're targeting, that want to do better and the whole nine, they might be, folks who come here from other countries where their family and the only person who's able to communicate from that family is another student because they don't understand the language. So I'm wondering, number one, what is your capacity to deal with the major diversity when it comes to the families in our district to be able to uplift, since they are such a strong and core part of what you had said is your makeup of how you do things? I'm energized by the fact that you have folks that follow up with each student, that they go through the high school process, that you're looking to them after that. But I'm also I'm concerned that our gems that are lost because they do not have family support, they're going to miss out, or they won't qualify because maybe they're being raised by their grandmother and have supports from outside of, like, no one's family, not all the families can be able to come to the table and be that support. And those are the students that we want to pull from being, they're the C students that we want to pull from that maybe space. Maybe they're great at art. Maybe they show these signs, but because they don't qualify on that level, they won't be able to shine, because from what I gather, the family aspect is such a huge piece of this. So I wouldn't say cherry picking, but I do see that there is a good amount of students that maybe were not being able to be a part of this program that is truly the students that I feel like you're looking to connect with. So students who you say that, the students are all, students that are of color, or, disadvantaged students, but then you have that level, but then you have the students that truly need and love and want to go to school, and they show their best true colors, but they're also late maybe 3 times a week because they're putting their brothers or sisters on the bus. Maybe they have to go to work for their families. Maybe these are the students that I'm hoping to reach out to, and I'm looking to see whether or not you're looking at strategies where the family is, it's definitely an aspect. We want our families to engage, but I'm looking at the students who maybe don't have that support. As Board Member Cotman said, what are the strategies to bring those people in, or this is not just a program for them? I don't see where, if you don't have that support from the family, where our gems are able to be pulled out and given that support that you offer, that seems so beneficial to their growth.
So thank you, Ms. McCosey, for giving me an opportunity to talk a little bit further about the programming that we offer. So first of all, I was that kid. You know, I'm a late bloomer. I didn't have the family support. I went through that. My staff is always in our board thinking about those students. Buffalo Prep was designed for the high achiever, but we have evolved as an organization to address the needs that we see in our community. And so just 3 years ago, with the partnership with BPS, we expanded to district-wide nomination. And so what that means is any student that meets our criteria has the ability to be nominated into our programming. So that was one tool that we put in place to make sure that we are casting a wider net. The other thing that we did, and when I first thought about this, I thought about it as pockets of prep, because absolutely there are students that come to us that our traditional programming is not designed for them, and we have waiting lists. And so we launched a program 3 years ago, again in partnership with BPS, called Prep Scholars Academy. Prep Scholars Academy is a summer-based program that's designed to mitigate the summer slump and keep scholars engaged in their academic learning. We targeted the Hispanic and Latino population first in this pilot program because they have the lowest graduation rate here in Buffalo Public, and they've historically demonstrated barriers of accessing our programming. This program is designed to follow our students from the summer after 5th grade all the way through high school completion, just like our traditional prep programming, except scholars sort of have the choice now in where they come in and engage at varying levels in our traditional programming. Prep Scholars Academy, the commitment is we're going to stick with the kid and meet them wherever they're at. So this has broadened our partnership with BPS and Say Yes, because now above and outside of our traditional partner high schools, we have scholars that are going into iPrep, Burgard, Riverside, some of your other institutions that we want to be able to build partnerships with to ensure that we're there to provide the same level of support that we're giving students that go through our accelerated programming. With that said, Prep Scholars Academy, it's not and I'm going to use layman terms, but it's not a dumbed down curriculum. It's just understanding what you pointed out, that there are different barriers that are facing our students that we need to be very critically conscious in identifying. So it might be social work, support for the families, food insecurity, different things that traditionally, and not all of our students in our other prep programming, they also experience the same challenges you're talking about. All of our students are low to moderate income. So even if they're high achievers, a lot of those barriers that you just presented are showing up in all of our programming. But Prep Scholars Academy, we're being more intentional in how do we meet the student where they're at? How do we provide that extra support in partnership with the district to make sure they're on track for high school graduation, vocational training, and if interested, college access. So I wish I could give you more data. We're in year 3. We have our beautiful Prep Scholar babies that started with us 3 years ago. We launched it at the Bell Center. We now moved to DeUval University because we've gotten so much bigger. I invite you to come see that program. Our 8th graders are just now applying into the BPS schools. The partnership that we are suggesting tonight would also impact those students. They would have access to this opportunity as well if they meet the demographic that you desire.
You actually pointed out many things that, including those programs, that really put me more at ease. I do have one last question, and I will be visiting because, again, I feel like it's a great opportunity. I just want to be able to make sure it's expanded throughout. With the diversity in Buffalo, again, does your staff and your school, are you partnering with us to be able to utilize our, multicultural and our department in order to deal with these folks? Is that where the partnership would really come together? Because I feel like, you're in your 3rd year and, we struggle with the diversity in our district. So
yeah.
I'm hoping that, again, for those families that it's hard to communicate with, that you're able to put systems and strategies in place to deal with those as well. And it's not even a question. It's just basically me putting that out there because I don't want to belabor the point. But thank you for pointing out your other programs and other pieces of the work. Being 3 years in, to have these different deals in place because you recognize where people are at it's commendable. So thank you.
Sure. And I just want to add to that, that when we brought Prep Scholars Academy forward to the district and worked with Dr. Crestes and the former superintendent and now Dr. Williams, they were so great in providing us access and resources through Dr. Alicia Barnes and then Dr. Fatina Morel and some others that are doing this amazing work, culturally relevant with the district. And so we've absolutely been able to leverage those partnerships in the work that we're doing.
Thank you, Ms. McCosey. Last on our screen, and then we'll return back to City Hall for a couple questions. Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. Scott, and thank you for a great presentation, Mrs. Stevens. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Yeah. I do have a couple of questions. My first question, I do admire the program. I admired it for many years, and I've been to a couple of graduations, and mainly the one at Kleinhans, which is very, very engaging, and just love the diversity and the background, that this program offers. I do have a couple of questions. What other schools outside of the City of Buffalo District do you operate with?
Sure. So we partner with 4 Buffalo Public Schools currently. We also partner with the 13 private independent Catholic institutions in Western New York. And we also partner with Tapestry Charter High School.
So 13 private.
With that said, this partnership is something that we're looking at with our board currently, because we also have 5 other BPS high schools that our students attend, and we provide all the supports and services that we would provide at technical partner high school. So Dr. Crestes and I have been looking at what steps are necessary to bring Buffalo Prep into even more high schools, especially as Buffalo Prep expands with the Prep Scholars Academy program. We've also been leveraging our partnership with Say Yes and Dave Russ to expand using the Say Yes coordinators that are in the Buffalo Public High Schools to ensure that our students are on track and that we have the touch points necessary for them. So we are going to be expanding our partner high schools in the future.
Okay. Yeah, that was very impressive. I've seen how you work with kids from the inner city and work with schools that's in suburban Buffalo. So you got children with different backgrounds, you bring them together and they learn a lot from one another. With saying that, I do have a concern about that, because I know for years, other districts, they look at our children and the children that they seem that's excelling, either academically or athletically. They've been kind of lured out the city of Buffalo into other districts and other schools. So I just want to ensure that the children that you'll be working with will be coming back to the Buffalo Public Schools. How can we bridge that or make sure that happens? Because I know that some other kids had transferred from the city of Buffalo out to other programs.
Sure. So it's my hope that through this partnership that we're able to broaden and expand the amount of our scholars that are attending BPS high schools. So again, to go back to the data, currently just about 30% of the students that are accessing our programs are even coming out of BPS. So that means 70% of the students that we serve come from the charter schools, private independent middle schools, and other suburbans. We are trying to enhance and grow their ability to stay in the BPS district with this partnership. Right now, we only have roughly about 6% that go outside of the district. The other students stay traditionally in the Buffalo Public area, going to the Buffalo Public High Schools, the private independent Catholic schools, or the charter high schools. So it's our hope and our intention that by putting mechanisms like this together, we can help to retain that amazing talent in the Buffalo Public School system.
Right, and I know that's what your program is working towards, but we know that private schools and schools from suburbia have always, tried to lure our bright, intelligent students away. And we just don't want to open up build this relationship, but also have a track to where our children leave in the district also. And we've been dealing with that with our charter programs here in the city of Buffalo, with the overwhelming amount of charter programs that exist here now within the district, and expenditure it costs us to maintain those charters also. So I just want to reiterate that we want to keep our kids here in the city of Buffalo. We want our kids to remain within our schools and projected to stay. So if there's some type of way that you see, or we see children leaving, or see a family that's being, coerced to come to that district or to that school, that we can have some intervention with that, because I do believe in your program, and I'm not trying to take anything away from it, but I just know that what we've been attacked with in the past, currently and in the past. What's the diversity in your staff?
So our staff is constantly evolving. We have 12 full-time staff. And so I am the president of the organization. Out of the 12, 50% of our full-time staff are identified as a diverse population. During the academic year, we have 45 employees. During the summer, we have closer to 80 because we operate 3 sites throughout the summer, and I can get those specific diversity numbers for you. But like every education system, we're always striving to identify diverse candidates that reflect our students, and we're really intentional about that. So I'll be happy to follow up with an email that shows you our diversity numbers for the last year in our academic staff. But for our full-time staff, it is 50% of us identify as diverse individuals.
Right, and do you recruit any teachers from the city of Buffalo to work with your staff, or
We do. We have teachers, that's one of the things that's great about us being a nonprofit. We are able to attain and recruit teachers from the Buffalo Public Schools, independent schools, and charter that work together. But we do have several teachers from the Buffalo Public Schools that are on our staff as a second job above and outside of what they do for the district. We also have recently hired 7 Buffalo Prep alumni that work in our programs now, several of them in teacher training programs with the University of Buffalo in residency with us. And our board president is currently a Buffalo Prep alumni, as well as 4 other members of our board.
Great. That means a lot to our students and acceptance, feeling accepted. Are you planning trips or anything with the children? Is that part of the program also? Do you do any field trips or away or college? You said college preparation. Are we looking into those measures also?
Absolutely. So all of our educational program is experiential learning. So as much as we can get our students out in the community and using the city of Buffalo and their community as a lived curriculum, we really try to enhance that. We have been embedding a culturally relevant, sustaining pedagogy over the last 4 or 5 years, oftentimes utilizing Dr. Javon Hunter, which I know has worked intimately with the Buffalo Public School System on your curriculum as well. And so from there, we offer enrichment, field trips, all the way through all of our academic programming, but we also take our students on all kinds of career enrichment, college trips, vocational trips, anything you can think of in their high school and college years to make sure that we're providing as much knowledge as we can on pathways that can set them up for success.
Okay. Are there specific higher educational programs that you work with, or are there just multitude?
So our students go all over the globe, actually, but we have been, our senior director of college prep programming has been building out college partnerships. And so right now we're currently partnered with many of the local institutions that you'd be familiar with. So Canisius College, Buff State, Niagara University, Villa, to provide scholarships, enrichment, and support for our students once they hit campus, including programming in their summer before their freshman year to ensure that they're set up for success when they transcend. And again, I may have failed to mention this earlier, but 85% of our alumni that have gone through our preparatory programs, they have received their BA within 4 years or on track to do so. So again, that's 85% of our graduates. And so that's a really, really exciting piece of data for us, especially when you're thinking about low to moderate income students of color. And that success really speaks to the college partnerships that we have and ensuring our students are set up.
Okay, great. And I know with a low of 650 students that you're working with, are you asking for any funding from the district or any help from the district, with the programs?
We are. So we put in front of you for consideration, or we will be, I think Dr. Cressy's mentioned that a little bit earlier in the presentation, that we would ask for $50,000 that would help support our counselors, scholar success coaches, and support services that we're going to embed to ensure that this partnership is successful for both BPS, Buffalo Prep, and most importantly, our shared scholars.
That was my question. I know it's 50,000. Was that 50,000 annually, or would it be more askings or fundraisers? Or
Well, I mean, if you would give it to me every year, I would take it. We raise our budget from zero, but I think, if I'm correct, the consideration is just for this year, and we'll revisit that.
okay, great. And last question is transportation. Are you supplying transportation for the kids to go back and forth, or are we
We
handling
do.
it?
So if anybody has an in at the NFTA, we'd love to have a further conversation for all of our students trying to get around this community to their extracurricular activities. But we do not provide physical transportation, but we give every child a bus pass or a daily pass, and their family members if they need to help transport them to our sites to make sure that they have access to our programming.
Okay, like I said, I do admire this program. I like the program. I've been there. I've seen the works that's in the program, but I just don't want that avenue where our kids are being recruited away when they see our highly talented kids, you know, to be moved or try to pull them away from the district, you know. And I just got to be upfront with that. And but like I said, I do like your program. I do like what you're doing with the children. Continue with the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. President Petrucci.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I don't have any questions. I mean, I've so many of the topics I was going to speak have been raised by my fellow board members. One of the problems when you go to the end of the speaking list. But I do want to say thank you very much for you and to you and your staff for all of your efforts to elevate the children to high academic levels in the city of Buffalo. We greatly appreciate it. So please, thank you and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
And likewise, I only have one question because my colleagues have raised everything that I had questions on.
Larry, Sharon has her hand up as well.
Oh, another question? Go ahead, Mrs. Bellincamp.
Well, only because of the appeal in regards to the transportation piece, particularly since my understanding was that the board approved full transportation for our children, and somehow or another a decision was made without bringing it to the board's attention that the bus passes are now limited. So if we're paying for full access for students, why wouldn't this group of students be allowed to be able to travel? I don't understand, you know, and that may be another topic, but we need to discuss that, because when this was first proposed, that children would be able to have complete access to use those bus passes, one of the things that I went on record to say is that I feel that they should earn that privilege. Okay, that would look like attendance, that would look like your grades or whatever. And if we are currently paying, and I don't know, no one brought it back before the board, but when a major change has been, a decision has been made and the board has voted on it, I would expect for it to come back to the board and tell us what the change has been. And I would expect a reduced premium as a result of the restrictions that were put on. So I'm with you, Patty. I'll be happy to lobby for you to get more, have your children have access and save that money to do some other things with. But we need to have that conversation at the board table, because it's certainly being had on social media. And you know, I really am concerned that we agreed to pay full premium and we have restricted use now, and I want to know if the premiums went down. And if this group of students who are illustrating their ability to go beyond the call of duty to try to get their lives and do great things with their lives, I think that they should be given the opportunity to have access, and other students that fall into that category. So maybe that could be another meeting under educational support, or under finance and ops, or under executive affairs. But we certainly need to have that conversation, because people have called me about it. Thank you. See, Patty, I'm on your side. I'm trying to work it.
We're all here for the kids. Yeah.
Well, I had my hand up.
All right, folks, we're way over time, so let's make it quick. Miss Woods, I see your hand up, and Mr. Hurd.
My question was, Also about the transportation, I agree with Ms. Cotman that we need to get a refund if we're not going to have full access, and that these children do need a full access bus pass so that they can get around. But my question, I raised my hand, is to Will. Are these 5 positions that are being set aside for this program in addition to the Jesse Ketchum seats that we indicated that we were going to be setting aside at City Honors to try to help with diversity? I just wanted to make sure, how that impacts that.
That's a great question, and thank you for referencing the Jesse Ketchum policy, because that really taught us the value of alternative pathways to enrollment. And absolutely, yes, this is in addition to that. So every time a Jesse Ketchum winner, avails themselves of the 2 seats at all of our high schools that are set aside for them, that is above and beyond any other allocation.
Thank you. No other question.
Mr. Hurd.
Okay, I'll make it very quick. We have children, say if they're in your program and they come into a situation, maybe they might get into a fight with someone or might at school or something, and they gotta be disciplined, might be on suspension. These characteristics not of the children that's in your program, but issues happen, things happen within the district where someone is put in or placed in a situation. Or also the second part of it is like with handicapped children. How are we dealing with these children, and what services are we providing? Do they automatically get removed from the program, or if they or do you have a opportunity to meet with them or any type of counseling or anything for these children so they can remain in the program? What's your retention rate, with the children that you do have?
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on that. So all of our programming is based on restorative practices. We absolutely are there to understand the systems, practices, and mechanisms that are in place that continue to further marginalize the students that we serve. So without that said, we do have high expectations of our scholars. There's a culture of code of conduct, everything that we do, but there are intervention steps set in place, including mental health counselors, social workers, mentors, scholar success coaches that work with our students. So it's never a one and done. It's always understanding the situation, trying to restore that situation and the behavior that happened and use that as a learning opportunity. Because I think if you just dismiss a child, you lose that opportunity to restore and rehabilitate the behavior and keep them on track. Where oftentimes we're working with really young students, especially post-pandemic, that have not had the ability to have the social emotional growth that we all would hope for our students. And so it's never a simple answer. We absolutely have mechanisms in place to ensure we're restoring that relationship and that behavior. As far as handicapped, as you labeled that, we are not a program that's designed for many IEPs or different things, 504 plans, but we do try to work with the families that apply with us to understand if we're going to be able to support their students' achievement. If not, we try to connect them absolutely with programs in the community that are better served for students.
Okay, thank you. So you're outlet also to families and children. So yeah, thank you. I just wanted to get that question out, and thank you for your time, and thank you for your explanation.
Sure.
So my only question, if we were to move forward with this expanded partnership, the students that we would allocate for a seat from Buffalo Prep, would they be BPS students?
That's an excellent question, and it may or may not be the case, because we want BPS students, but our schools are open to charter school students and private school students as well who want to come. So I think we'll look at that and keep developing that aspect of the proposal, but really we want to make sure that every child, any parent that wants their kids in a Buffalo public school, we want to be open to them. So we wouldn't necessarily be cutting off students that are in the program because they're not in the BPS.
Well, we need to have a conversation about that. Okay, we need to have a conversation about that one.
I would just raise that we currently have a policy, unless it's changed, where if there's with the TIDE scores, BPS students do have the advantage, the first lottery over over charter students and any other students.
Right. Right. So absolutely. No, we will look at that, and as we develop the proposal, you'll see information on that in a future board item, and we can clarify all of that. So there's still some work to be done on those finer points. Absolutely.
That's all I have a question on. Ms. Stephen, I want to thank you for your time, all your work that you're doing with all of our city youth, and thank you for staying with us, even though we went quite a bit late past our time. Dr. Williams, Dr. Karesis, any closing thoughts before we adjourn?
I just want to say thank you also to Ms. Stephen for staying with us late. I believe Ms. Belton-Cotman has her hand raised. Is that correct?
It was raised, but you know what? We need to have a discussion, because if we're spending $50,000 out of Buffalo Public Schools budget, then we need the $50,000 to go to our children. And we need to have a serious conversation, because we're funding a lot of things of late that involves children other than in our district. And this is about people who have made a commitment to Buffalo Public Schools. So this Buffalo Prep program needs to be directed for our children, okay? And we need to have a serious conversation about resources from Buffalo Public Schools going to anyone other than Buffalo Public School children. We do.
Right, absolutely agreed. Let me clarify, though, what the board item and what the funding would be for. It would be for the support of students who become enrolled in our schools. So it's not to support Buffalo Prep programming outside of our district schools. It's to support the work once those students are enrolled. So absolutely, there's no, confusion about that. All of the money is targeted to support students enrolled in our schools.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. That makes me feel warm and fuzzy. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Williams, anything else?
Nothing else.
Dr. Karesis?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful evening and rest of the week.
Thank you, Chairman.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Karesis. Good night, Dr. Tanya Williams.
Good night.
Drive carefully.